Give me the score. Huh? 69.
59.
59 without loss? You ready, Mark? Good afternoon to all the listeners and viewers. Sorry for the late start. I don't know why we are off to a late start, but I can tell you that we're here in LIBERTA, Bar Beef Cricket Stadium. It is indeed a stadium, and it has been developed and still on the development. We greet you with the news that LIBERTA won the toss and elected to bat. And they are 60 without loss in the fifth over. So they're scoring at 10 runs and over. Parched outfield. It's brilliant sunshine here at the grounds. I'm about to welcome my junior partner in crime, John Baptiste, and that brings the end to Payne's innings, caught out on the mid-wicket boundary, and they will give us a score in a minute. Huh? And he made 30. Let me say good afternoon to our illustrious, and he's not a debutant by any stretch of the imagination. We welcome Dave Suppy Joseph to the studios of the Parish League studio. Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon to you, Clive. Good afternoon to you, viewing and listening audience, wherever they may be. As you said, we are out at Ball Beef here, and LIBERTA has rushed on to 60 for 1, paying the man just out. So we're looking forward to an exciting game today, Clive.
Well, I am thinking that with the entrance of the big fella, Jimbo Cornwall, I think that we're in for some fireworks. I'm just noting, Suppy, that the junior commentator, John Baptiste, is on the far right, and he has decided to separate himself. And that is not an accident. All right? He knows that he will be among royalty, so being the senior commentator, and with you as our guest, he's definitely known this place. So, good afternoon, John. Late as usual, but better late than never.
And good afternoon to the viewers, the listeners on the Antigua Parish League Network. Good evening. Good afternoon to my fellow commentator, Suppy. Good to have you aboard. And our senior commentator, Hilary Crife.
Thank you very much, John.
Good afternoon, John.
Yeah, good afternoon to our viewers. Lovely day today. Looks bright sunshine. And so...
Yeah, John, I'm not going to let you get away. Remember, we have some unfinished business. So we'll discuss that after the game today.
Let's deal with the business at hand, Dave. We can take anything else
I'm putting
after.
your notice very early.
Sophie, I can tell you that you don't want me in that part of the business because he's definitely not going to get away. Anyway, Cornwall is about to face his first delivery after the dismissal of Payne for 30. Caught on the mid-wicket boundary. Pitched up. Pushed back along the wicket. No run. Sabi, would you have played some cricket here in LIBERTA? Do you have any fond memories of cricket?
Well,
I can't ask John because unless we're talking about softball, we're not going to. That is a completely different stratosphere.
Yeah, well, I've played quite a bit of cricket here. I think my first game here I got out for 2 knots, I think. Yeah, if memory serves me right.
Against LIBERTA?
Against LIBERTA,
Yeah.
playing for combined schools.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Pat Richards who got me out caught at second slip twice.
Wow.
Ball out swinging. Didn't know much about out swingers those days, so tough luck, Dave. You got to go.
What age was that, Dave? What age?
Probably just around maybe 17, 18.
Okay.
Yeah, but then, you learn along the way. I think LIBERTA had some real good cricketers they've it's been a place that produced real good cricketers all the time. But those days you have like about 4 pacers. You have Hungry Walsh, Kenneth Benjamin, Pat Moore, and Cosworth, James, all those guys.
Okay.
You know,
They were loaded.
they were loaded with pace. I remember seeing Mac Chestin Simon down at that far end. When you look back, if you notice where that fielder is now, that's where the keeper was.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's the kind of fire.
that's the kind of fire he had to face, you know, as a youngster coming
All
up.
right, there's a change of bowling from the commentator's end.
Is this Cornelius?
Yeah, yes, Cleve Cornelius.
Cleve Cornelius, known as the mystery bowler. Not recently, Dave. He has been nothing but ordinary the last couple of games.
To you, but he's been backing himself. I hear him chirping out there, so
Oh, okay,
he's
okay.
been backing himself, right?
So we will see. Was that signal a wide just now? Or
No, I think they've made some adjustments in terms of the wide down the leg side. That has passed pretty close.
okay,
So there's a second line there for the wide that's down leg side.
okay. And I see it illuminated there in red.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Cornwall has been very, very circumspect, playing the anchor role, which is hardly ever the case.
Yeah, well, remember they're 2 Cornwall, so you have to differentiate.
Yes,
between the
yes, you're
Cornwalls, yeah.
absolutely correct. Paulo Cornwall, the veteran,
That's a great shot. Smashing.
driven down through cover for 4. The score after that lull in the entertainment, the score is now 64 for 1 in the 7th over. Scorer, huh? The 6th over. Thank you very much. So still scoring at 10 and over. Sopi?
This must be a scoring. This must be a bowler's nightmare, having to bowl to these 2 batsmen, having to figure out where do I pitch that delivery.
Driven for another 4 by Cornwall, and just when we said that he was in a flunk playing the anchor's role, he answered the call with having 2 fours in a row. And score is now 68 for 1. Yes, John, what were you saying?
I was just saying I can just imagine what may be going through Cornelius' head at the moment as he is trying to figure out where can I pitch this ball against these 2 batsmen. They're looking to score at every opportunity and finally getting a dot ball, so he would feel good about coming back there and stopping that the closing the floodgate of runs. Let's see what happens with this next delivery. It's driven down the ground. Is there a man coming around? Yes, there's a man coming around on the long on position, so single.
So the 2 Cornwalls, you would have played against Polo for a little bit, Dave?
No, I haven't played much against him. I've played a lot with him for Antigua, captain him for Antigua and that kind of stuff, and he's always been a destructive player, Clive.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember if it's one person, you know, that's going to get the ball away, it's going to be Paulo Cornwall. I remember him scoring quite a few centuries in the first hour
Ooh.
of quite a bit of games that we have played for Antigua in the Leeward Islands tournament. So he has always been a destructive fella. And one thing I can tell you is he likes his bowling too very much.
So
But
he would have been considered a genuine all-round.
Yeah, and he feels well too. But I used to utilize him as a captain in the area of when I want to break partnerships, I'll bring him on.
Okay.
And I'll say to him, if you don't bowl well in this over, I'll take you off. And he's going to get a wicket.
Wow.
Most certainly he's going to pick up a wicket. I can tell you that much.
Nowadays, Suppi, you would not be able to employ that kind of tactic because you would have been ridiculed inside out. Maybe you need some of those kinds of tactics in West Indies cricket because West Indies cricket, as we will discuss as we go along, short outside the leg stump and pulled gracefully. That looks like the maximum. Backward of square, short, nothing in that delivery. So it was actually a gift. Yes, John, I know that you're going to feel left out because you're talking to 2 people who would have played a lot of cricket. So, but don't feel bad, John. Mark on the right-hand side was a fierce Nothing elegant about his run-up, but when he extended those shoulders, it was fire. So you're among people or persons who would have played, but don't feel, I mean, chip in when you want to.
Clive, I see you're firing in all cylinders today.
Thank you
You're in
very
a very
much, John.
aggressive mood today.
Very festive
What
movement.
what's the name of the bowler? I can't make him out from this distance.
What's the name of the bowler scorer?
Young Francis.
Francis.
What's his first name? Keyshawn
Keyshawn
Francis.
Francis. Very daunting task for Keyshawn, having to come in to a very aggressive Polo Cornwall. Comes over the wicket. But Dave, in a circumstance like this, I noticed the youngsters seem to be trying to bowl wicket to wicket. Would you recommend that to him, or should he just try and keep that just a little bit outside the off stump?
No, he's on the right path.
Okay.
If you notice, John and Cruyff, these two batters don't run well. So if you can keep them pegged back, they will have to run for all the runs, and that's going to be a problem for them. But consistency is going to be the name of the game.
Driven firmly down the ground. Mid-off fumbling, and the ball goes into the boundary for 4.
Runs.
Bad miss down there by the fielder on the long off boundary. Should have effected an easy stop, but instead the ball ricocheted and went into the boundary.
And that doesn't do the confidence of the bowler any good. Felt he should have limited.
We're in the 7th over, and the score is now 81, is it? Score? The score is now 81. 81.
Say good afternoon to Colin Francis. So Colin is joining us. Colin, you have been missing in action. I hope Cruyff haven't run you off. You have been missing in action, but good to have you following us.
Here we go again.
Oh, this is
Number
nicely
4.
played.
Yeah.
Now showing his repertoire there, playing with a little finesse and just guiding that down to a vacant third-man boundary for another boundary.
Score is now 85. Sapi, would this bowler, Francis, be related to the famous, if not infamous, Eggy Francis, who played a lot of cricket for the police?
Not sure of his connections really, but I'm thinking that his captain needs to, give him some more support. It's spread all over.
And they're outside of the power play, so there's no reason why the third man could not be on the boundary. Sapi, that would be a suggestion that you would
most
make.
definitely save some runs.
Well, the bleeding continues at the end of the 7th over. It's now 85, and I say good afternoon to all of the listeners and viewers, and I hope that Colin Francis may be one of those, because is it okay now, John, to say that Colin Francis is a deserter? Does he deserve that bracket, to be put in that bracket? He's a deserter.
I won't be aligned with you in misrepresenting. Colin, I'm in your corner. I'm in your corner,
Yes,
Colin.
he's always been your colleague in
yeah.
crime. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I would be lying if I thought that you would have said anything different. Good afternoon, Colin. We miss you. I know that when you're faced with the daunting task of being the junior commentator, you will continue to run away. But there's always next year, and I'm going to welcome you on the DPP back. I understand that the DPP reported sick today, and he knew about this game 3 or 4 days ago, and he decided to report sick today.
He's probably started his carnival celebrations already, so maybe he's a little bit exhausted already.
Maybe
never know.
a little too early.
Maybe a little too early.
Gentlemen, Wilden Cornwall is approaching a landmark.
Almost a half century.
He's going to be 100. He's going to be 100.
50?
Oh, 50. You're talking about him scoring.
He's 48, yeah.
I thought his age. I thought he was approaching 100.
No.
Cornwall is on 48.
Cornelius having a little chit chat today with Cornwall, trying to get into Polo head, but I think Polo is a much more seasoned veteran, and that's one of Cleve's tactics. He likes to speak with the batsmen, he likes to cheer them up, get them off of their game.
I don't think you would want to taunt down. Poorly fielded again. That will roll into the boundary. Has enough legs.
Square-legged signal it has. So another poor bit of fielding by the police team. Probably got a little bad bounce, but Indoless should have really stopped that. So
well, Johnny, if you played, you would know that your body has to be lined up behind the ball as a second defense. So there's absolutely no excuse. Her body was never behind the ball, and that's the result that you will get all the time. That one driven down to long on for a single. Score is 92 now. Or is it 91? 92. Thank you, scorer. And whenever I'm right, all you've got to do is just give me a tick like when we were in school.
And so you hear the applause coming up. So that's 50 for the veteran Wilden Cornwall Polo. Another landmark here in his illustrious career right here at Ball Beef. So just turning that one into the outside and ambling through. So I know I came a bit late, but a wonderful innings thus far by Polo Cornwall.
Yes, Sabi, what would be your advice? And down about coming from a seasoned captain, police to at least try to stem the tide and stop the bleeding. What would be your advice?
I don't think, from looking at them, you need to see a better bowler in that can, bowl a few dot balls. Once you can actually bowl a few dot balls, build some pressure, then the batters will have to do something different. And you've got to force them to do that. So I don't know if Cornelius can do it. I see they're having young Scott out. He should be able to do it, bowl a few dot balls. Maybe they need to introduce him or get somebody who can bowl a few dot balls to these guys.
So dot balls, Dave, dot balls are the premium. It would be interesting for the scorer to tell us how many dot balls you've got so far. I would figure that in the 7 or 8 overs, the 8 overs, 8 sixes, 48, I don't think that you would have more than 5 or 6.
Yeah, well, they need to produce some, definitely.
Need to get a breakthrough. 14.
This one is coming out from outer half there. Back with a point and getting only one. Wow.
Well, that's the evidence I've spoke about. If you can stop these guys from scoring singles, they'll have to do something different which will induce, some rash shots, and we might get them out.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So, Dave, are you suggesting that they should probably bring an extra man in the circle trying to plug those gaps?
Well, you've got to get a bowler to support that.
This one is a chance going high. The keeper is going. He's going for it, and he flows it. So that is going to be, that could be a costly miss there. The keeper going full straight at it, but flowed it in the end. So let's see what that will cost the police team.
Was that Jimbo?
No,
it's
Wilden Caldwell.
All right. The wicketkeeper may be a little too perplexed to want to go behind the stump. But that's the game. That's the game. It happens. You can only hope that it's not going to be costly.
Yeah, well, the poor feeling run continues by police. That's exactly what's happening.
So
youthful enthusiasm as that ball was going down, clearly going down the leg side.
Not too sure about that, Clive.
Oh, was that on the stump, Dave?
Yeah,
From your vantage point, you're sitting right behind the.
I'm not right behind, but it looks pretty adjacent to me. Maybe if you have a replay, Mark could let us see a replay, then you'll see something
that is
different.
Yeah. I can say to you, Dave Suppy Joseph, that is in the works. Short, pull down to mid wicket, should only result in a single. Fielded cleanly this time by the fielder down there on the mid-wicket boundary. So, Dave, we cannot end this broadcast without touching on the state of West Indies cricket, one that you will know intimately. I'm going to have to sit on the sidelines with John because we never reached that standard. But what is as that ball was played by Jimbo down to point, fielded cleanly.
Just before Dave come in, Chacha is saying, let's go Liberta. So Liberta has a follower right here on the Parish League Network. Yes, Suppy?
Yeah, in terms of West Indies cricket, it just depends on which one of the formats you guys are looking at.
All formats. I don't think that any one of the formats would stand out as being progressive.
So what's your question then to it in terms of the cricket in general?
The state of play in West Indies cricket for me, everything went wrong even before they decided to allow somebody who I have absolutely no respect for, Darren Sammy, to be the lone selector. And I think that it has gone beyond that simply because I don't know that the cadre of players that are available is ever going to make the cut. So I know you're probably going to take me back to the grassroots and stuff like that, but we will pick that up when so we've gone through the 9th over. We are now in the 10th over. And I remind you that this is a 30 over format, the Dave Joseph 30 over Parish League format.
It's the finals, right?
Finals, yes, and we have no other than Dave Suppy Joseph here to represent his tournament.
That's close. That's close. Did he get an inside edge? Not out.
From my vantage point, John, that was not even. That was down the leg side. Again, I'm going to forgive you because your glasses needs to be.
I think that was closer than that, Crive.
Okay. We can argue that when we get the replay, as we've been promised next year. Driven down to short mid-on, misfielded.
Darren Benter is saying police all the way. So Darren, I think he is it Ireland? You can correct me, Darren. Playing Holland, okay, playing some club cricket there. So hope you're having a good time. I haven't heard any scores, anything. Maybe you could send some info for us. Okay, the fieldsman, like, he got damaged, yeah.
Is it the two brothers?
This is the bigger one, Darren Benter.
Okay.
He plays for police in the Parish League. So
Fielder seems to be injured.
And he's going to tough it out, it looks like. Stay on the field. He's shaking his hand still. Cornelius trying to get that breakthrough, much needed for the police team. This one is slicing off of the outer half of the bat and going down, and good coming across for a single. Wow, Polo is just reaching down there.
Could have been run out, John.
Yeah, okay, so Darren is saying he's in the Netherlands, so good to have you viewing from all the way across the globe on the Parish League Network.
Lovely place to be, John.
Netherlands?
Yes. I have worked there for many, many years. One of the cleaner European countries that you would want to go to. In fact, it's one of the few places where you don't see garbage or trash on the surface. It's done on the ground, so very, very lovely place to be. And I know that you're not a smoker. There are all kinds of shops, John, that have all kinds of different qualities of the medicine for the head.
What was your favorites during that time?
Well, I still do the local stuff, right? It's called Dudley. There's none better.
Another over in the bag, and so just get a score update for us, Scrive. 99? 99 for how many wickets gone?
One.
For one, 99 for one. So just get into the back to this game a bit. One of the things I've seen now is earlier, about 3-4 overs ago, especially Polo, he was going blazing guns, and in the last maybe 2-3 overs, they've just decided to push that ball around, getting the singles here and there. I guess they're buying some time to decide when they will decide to launch again.
We're going at 10 runs and over, just about 10 and over. I don't think that there's any need to rush. It doesn't look, at least, it doesn't look as if they intend to allow anybody else to bat. As Francis, good delivery, full of length, played down to cover for 4. I know that was a very subtle approach. Suppy, as I said, it was a good full length delivery, only for the ball to find its way to the cover boundary.
Well, quite both batters out there, they're seasoned campaigners and they're experienced. So
Yes.
you've got these guys are going to be able to maneuver the ball much more than the other players. As you realize, Cornwall only just turned his wrist and got it over extra cover.
That's a wide enough gap, Suppy. Maybe it would be better served to have a short extra cover to at least put some doubt in the minds of the Cornwalls.
Yeah, well,
Seems
the
to be
player
it.
that we saw that got injured earlier and is coming off now seems like his.
The injury seems to be unbearable.
Yeah, so he's.
Is that Kenrick Scott?
Yeah, it's got, definitely.
So he will be missing in
That's
the
a-
bowling department.
That's a big loss. He
Well,
doesn't.
he's not coming off, so he's still out there. And that's not his bowling and I see him favoring, really.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
So he's a right arm.
Yeah, he
Bowler?
bowls leg spin, I think.
Yeah, he bowls a little leg spin.
What is your impression of the wicket of the pitch so far, Suppy and John? Seems to be a good batting
Yeah,
track.
we haven't seen anything that's
Yeah.
causing any bother, really. It looks a good batting pitch so far, but the police guys are, not being able to utilize it well. I think the young Francis has been given the toughest of the ends, and he's definitely not that strong. You can see it.
Had a little bit of good stop affected by the mystery man,
Cornelius.
Cleve Cornelius. Resulted in only a single. The ball played delicately down to third man. And Cleve had to make up some grounds, coming to straight third man, and it resulted in a single. So I think that with a good effort by the groundsmen out here, it has been very, very dry, and it must have been
a significant challenge to really, get
correct
get
with the
wickets
water
or the
woes.
waters.
And
Yeah,
I will
yeah,
say
yeah.
to you, John, that I haven't had any water. If I had to depend on the government water, I would be dead, because I haven't received.
It's good when you can be self-sufficient too. So we'll give your star for that, being self-sufficient.
Yes,
well done.
Yes. Should I say thanks, John?
And Colin Francis is saying good afternoon, Crive. So he's telling you good afternoon to us.
Good afternoon, Colin. We are missing you. It's like the last 10 games you have been absent, and you have not made an excuse for your absence. So I guess I'm not going to be satisfied with the word of mouth. It has to be written when you do decide to tell us where you've been. John is nudging me, saying that it's a girl, and I'm not going to go with that. That is a girl. I have a lovely female beside me, a blonde, a black blonde, by the way, saying that it's a woman that have you busy. 106 for one.
We want to say good afternoon again. Another viewer coming in, Derek Darby Benter, Pastor Darby. And so we want to say good afternoon to Pastor Benter. Top of the day, gentlemen. So Darby put in his greeting. So how many overs in the bag, gentlemen?
This is the 11.
11. And the score is
106 for 1.
106 for 1. So, yeah, police team looking a little bit disarrayed now. You see a lot of hands flying, trying to find what is the best solution here. Cornelius, we know he will continually try, but just not being able to get any breakthrough or cause any damage. And I think we must give credit to the two batsmen. I think they've played pretty matured, pretty decent in the last couple overs. Just pushing it around when the bad ball come, they've capitalized. And so really putting a lot of pressure on the police team here.
I know, John, that you may be waiting for a prediction on the score, but I'm not going to say it unless you ask me. What would be your prediction in terms of the score, Sapi?
Yeah, the way they're going here at 11 overs and 100. Ooh.
This one is a chance. No, wide of the man, and so that's another boundary. Oh, Maxima went all the way.
Yeah, looks like over 200 easily.
Sapi, have you been listening to me recently? I would say that the score should reach 130 easily, and they would have to go at at over 10 runs and over from here on in.
But gentlemen, we also have to factor in if we will be able to get in the 30 overs in terms of time frame. So that's another aspect of the.
True, there should be a cut. They should have the umpire should have stated what the cutoff time would be.
Scott has come off eventually, so there's a loud appeal, but umpire is that Baltimore?
Baltimore, yes.
Umpire Baltimore not moved.
Not interested.
So one thing Cornelius is going to give you, he's going to give you that effort. He's going to really, and he's taunting. He's trying to taunt Polo there, trying to get into Polo's head, see if he can push him to play a rash shot.
No ball signal by umpire Baltimore, as that adds to the distress of Cornelius.
What's up, the question? I just want to follow up on what Cruyff was asking you, and you did ask Cruyff what exactly he was asking you. I'm putting a hat on your head now, and I want you to tell me. This one is full and just over the fieldsman head. That looks like
Substitute?
the substitute there. Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name there. Just over his head and going for another boundary. Yes, Dave, if we were to put the hat of the president of the West Indies Cricket Board, or Cricket West Indies, on your head, what would be, I would say, two of your first initiatives to try and really turn around the fortunes of West Indies cricket? Another delivery. This is driven hard down the ground. That might go for 4, and it does go for 4. So 2 consecutive boundaries back to back there. And so you could really say the men from LIBERTA, they're really toying with the policemen, attacking at will.
Yeah, John, you're asking a question in terms of being the president of the West Indies Cricket Board. I've never wanted to be in administration really, but I'll tell you first, we'll have to look at our objectives and where we want West Indies cricket to go. Where we want to see it in the next, maybe 5 to 10 years as a short term, and then maybe 10 to 20, 10 to 30 long term. You understand?
Nice.
That's one. And then you'll definitely have to improve on the way we deal with the youth cricket. I've been, watching some of the youth games, on the 19 games that have been played here in Antigua. And
1 second, Dave. Another over has just been completed here. And so scorers at the end of over number 13.
At the end of 12, 123 for 1.
123 for 1. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Payne having been the batsman,
so
being dismissed at 30.
We'll definitely have to look at, how we go about, training our youngsters to prepare them for this level that we want them to play at in terms of the senior team. As having watched them, I've seen Barbados played, and they look pretty much organized. In terms of the guys I've seen for Barbados, they're coachable. We're not seeing that, especially with our team in the league, where you cannot give guys instructions and they go out and carry it out, and that's pretty bad. And we're seeing that in most of the team, the under 19 teams. You should be able to be coachable. At least the coach gives you some advice. You should be able to go out there and get it done.
I was going to lead on to my question. I remember, I think it was with Husey. We had an interview, and he said that, I think he said it's 70% or 80% of the game is played above the
shoulders.
The shoulders. How much do you think, in terms of the mental capacity, preparation, or is it the physical, the skill set? Where are we really lacking in West Indies cricket? Is it that mental capacity, or we're just not physically talented as the other players around the globe?
I think there's no shortage of talent. Really.
Just want to hit hard, drop shots, and a good defensive fielding there by the man there on the long off boundary. Yes, Dave?
Yeah, I think we're not short on talent. Nowhere in the Caribbean there's a lot of talent. But how are we going to harness it? How are we going to, grow it to get them to go to that level? In terms of, getting up to playing for the West Indies, senior team and that kind of stuff. The methods we're using, I think that they're a bit behind.
That one is hit straight with a lot of power and dissecting the two men coming across on the long on and the long off boundary and another boundary. So slowly the two Cornwalls, they're turning up the temperature again. Yes, Dave.
When you look at this, even this feeling, this player you're seeing out here, they're young guys, and you're not seeing the basics, as Clive alluded to earlier on. You have to get your body behind the ball. It's looking real atrocious. So those are some of the issues that West Indies.
There's a loud appeal. What is an umpire again not interested? That's a Calvin Thomas at the far end.
Yes.
Go ahead, sorry, finish.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, there are lots of ways that we're looking at in terms of training people to get them up there. Also, I think we have to train our trainers in terms of our coaches. Yeah, that needs to be upgraded too. So, in terms of getting people in to assist us in terms of the coaching and that kind of stuff. If I was, I'd have one thing I'd do. I'll get an overseas coach. I don't know which one I'll get, but I'll definitely get an overseas coach to coach West Indies. That's my thinking.
But Dave, just not to prolong that aspect of the discussion, let's just wait on this delivery. This one is pulled and
feel that out at mid-wicket.
Single. Well, Dave, I think we have tried that for a spell, maybe about a decade and a half. We did try some overseas coaches. I don't think it yielded. I don't think we were satisfied. Let me say we weren't satisfied with the results. Why do you think that at this time around we might see something different?
I'll just say this, John and Clive. If I'm gonna give you a job to do something.
No, this looks like just free runs. Police really just losing it here. Nothing delivery and nothing fielding. And just 4 easy runs. Well, 5. What do you signal? Was it a wide?
Buys, it looks like.
Buys, so.
Yeah, well, that's the wicketkeeper there lapsing, I would think.
Yes.
So.
And I don't know, Suppy. I think that the bowler's action may be a little suspect for me. I've been paying keen attention, but to further your argument, West Indies cricket needs, in my view, a total overhaul, and it would mean that you've got a clean house from the top. Those in the management position must immediately resign, and I'm down about. There's total contamination within the West Indies cricket setup. And as a result of that, I believe that in order for a structural change, and I'm going to support your argument, Suppy, that structural development must follow a total cleaning of shop. Shadow Man or whatever his name is, Shallow or whatever, who to me has always been shallow, they've got to let go. They've got to let go of West Indies cricket and allow West Indies cricket to breed. And I'm talking about breed healthy air.
Fresh air.
Yes. You need a fresh look.
Yeah, as I said, John, if I'm going to give you a job, I'll have to back you up in terms of supporting you with all the different tools that you're going to need. You understand? I'm saying to you, bringing an overseas coach and then you're still getting in between, you're not going to get the proper results. And again, I don't know if they're picking the right coach when they get the one from overseas, so that's another thing to look at.
Well, Cornelius is continuing from the pavilion end, and this Cornwall is just turning this one off of the pads into the onside and going for a single. And his appeal saying, Cornelius saying he's obstructed the delivery.
But Jimbo ball persons don't have that kind of mobility to obstruct anything. The ball was thrown straight at him, so I don't know that if Cornwall attempted to move out of the way, you would have to get the ambulance. So that's for another day.
That is close. That is close. And so the breakthrough has come. Cornelius.
Cornelius has got his man.
Yes. He has been chirping in his. Yes. You can see the police really enjoying that there.
There was absolutely no doubt in that. He was plumb in front, caught on the back foot. That may have kept a little low.
Yeah, it looked like he kept a trifle low from this angle point.
May have been the arm ball by Cornelius. And yes, after he was subjected to torture.
Yeah, once you bowl that balls and build pressure, you're gonna get results. They'll have to try something different. It's 136.
136 for two.
Yeah.
And how much did Cornwall get? 69? And you should pat me on my shoulder, scorer. I got it right. 69 from Wilden Cornwall as Brent Joseph replaces him. Score 136 for two. Go ahead, John.
No, I was going to ask Soppy. So, Soppy, I hear in Crive you speak about the whole cleaning house. But you can clean the house, you bring back individuals in the same system. Isn't it the system that we need to really...
No, when you clean a house and you're finding trash, what you do with it, John? Throw it out.
Yeah.
Don't bring back nothing. Yeah, as they say, you got to throw them out. Some of them need to go. As a matter of fact, some people need to be honest with themselves, put up their hand and say, well, I've had enough. Just move out of the way, as Crive said. Just let the thing breathe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can't just be sitting in a place and you're not doing well. I've said to a couple of guys here in Antigua, it doesn't make sense. You're in one position for so long and you're not getting any results. Just leave it. Move. Let somebody else have a chance.
Absolutely. I mean,
you've got to be honest with yourself. And cricket is a funny game, If you're not being honest with yourself, it will make you honest,
A question, guys. So the coaches, I'm assuming, the managers, they in their defense, they'll turn it on the players and say the players are not implementing, not performing, not executing.
I will not subscribe to that. If you're not performing, I'm the coach. I will leave you out. Go and work on your game and come back.
That's the way that it should work. And
you shouldn't feel bad if you're not performing and you're being left out.
The truest definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So, having examined West Indies cricket, not totally because we can spend 100 sessions to exhaust the foolishness that has continued to happen in West Indies cricket. But let us go locally, Soppy. Locally, you've got Kumar Rodney, who, in my view, does not know anything about cricket. So you have Kumar Rodney at the helm now for 12 years and counting. The system that has been employed obviously does not work. And you would agree, Sabi, that the grassroots aspect of the cricket needs to be totally reformed and redeveloped with a model that is going to guarantee more people coming through to the next level. You have lots of players on the fringe in Antigua, just on the fringe, but has never really broken through to the West Indies. What would be your advice? Like I said, I have a problem with the way that cricket is being administered in Antigua. So give me your thoughts.
Before you come in, Sapi, another over just completed. So do you remember police won the, who won the toss?
Liberta won the toss.
Liberta won the toss and they batting, and so that was completed over number 14. 139 for the loss of 2 wickets. So very commanding position for the men from Ball Beef right here. Sapi, go ahead quickly if you wanted to respond to Grant.
Yeah, what was the question again, Clive?
What would you do?
The local, he had a little
setup.
local setup.
Okay, as I said, there are quite a few things that we can look at. You know,
This is beautifully hit, inside out, over the top for maximum. Cornwall making that look so simple, just getting in line and just opening the face of the bat and crashing that over the cover boundary.
yeah, excellent shot by Cornwall. So, as I say, Cornwall has a lot of class. I see no issue with Cornwall in terms of his batting or when he's bowling. The issue is when he has to run between the wicket, John.
Sorry about that, listeners. Just and viewers, let you know the new bowler coming from the far end is LaShawn Barnard, left arm spinner there.
Yeah, so back to your question, Johnny. We'll have to get a rigorous, youth program going, and I'll, Christ slipped out of his seat. He has asked a question and slipped out of his seat. But I remember playing in a team, an Antiguan team, which played on its own. Played on its own in the West Indies tournament sometime back in Guyana. Actually, I captained that team. So the question I want to ask Clive and yourself, how did we get back to this stage that we're fighting in a Leeward Island setup where Leeward Island is going to tell you, or send 5 players, or saying kids you send 6, or that send 5, and to me that's just nonsense. So here's where I'm blaming the Antigua Cricket Association for having gotten us back into this position that we're at this point. We need to get back to this situation where we play on our own, and to play on your own, you've got to be producing young players coming through consistently. So there comes a young, vigorous youth program, get people in training all the time. And what we used to have back in the day, I think cricket was actually a culture. But we have lost that, and it's just coming around like cricket is just a fling. You go to the park every weekend or on the weekdays, whatever, Thursday league, whatever, and play, and that's it. So we have got to get it back to that state where cricket is being looked at and is being accepted as a culture, a way of life in Antigua.
And I don't think you could have put it better. That's an excellent phrase. It was a culture. Cricket was a culture. I mean I remember you couldn't see any space on the cricket field. Growing up, watching
not only on the cricket field, John, even the road, in the streets, you see a lot of guys playing cricket, so
right.
we need to get it. I'm not saying guys should go back into the streets and play cricket now, because there's lots of vehicles and stuff running around, but we need to get people on the park, training young guys, that kind of stuff. Even our female program, where is it?
But Sapi, a question I wanted to put, and I've asked this question many a times to guys who sit in this seat. we have seen quite a bit of talent emanating out of Antigua. We go back to, we had T. Willie, Kofi James, the Deron Benters. I remember Yuri Smith, these young guys, they showed this promise. What we have not been able to seem to be able to is that transitioning to the next level. And Dave, I think you're one prime example. You would have come through the under 19, making it into the Antigua team, the Leeward Islands setup, and eventually making it to the West Indies team. We're seeing our guys being stumped. Let's say sometimes not even making it making it to the Antigua team, but that's as far as they can go.
Yeah, to speak to what you were talking about just now, John. I mean, I came in an era where we had lots of players going into England and playing into the leagues and playing in counties and that kind of stuff. So it was a bit different. Now we have been shut out of England. We haven't got much players, traveling overseas to play. So it leaves us in a position where we have all our players in Antigua playing at the same time. So here's where the association is going to come in. You've got to find a way to get the talent out. You definitely have to find a way to get the talent out. Make sure you have players, going into the different leagues and that kind of stuff. Yeah, that was a huge appeal for leg before. Not out by Bertel Baltimore. And I think the police team will be advised to, get on with it, They need to show a bit of discipline. The umpire says not out, it's not out. Move on, get on with the game.
Yeah, I hear you, Soppy, and I sometimes I like to temper my criticism because, as Cruyff reminded me, I didn't go very far in the game. But one of the things I recognize, even going back to when my son used to play school cricket, one of the observations I had is I felt the coaches were more interested in winning than developing players. And I remember Taddy said to me a time in an interview I did with him, look, I was looking for the next player that could make, after Andy Roberts, I was looking for the next player that could make West Indies cricket. That was my mantra. I was building some people to go to the next level. And I've just, in my opinion, I just feel that our coaches have been caught up with the inter-competition among coaches than really developing our players. And so, as I said to you, I've seen you see the talent, you see it out there. As you said earlier, we're not short on talent, but we're not seeing the transition to the next level.
Yeah, well, as you rightfully say, you see a lot of talent, but they're not getting through. So here's where you got to look at now. If you're marking your coaches versus in terms of how many games they win or how many championships they win, then your coaches are going to want to win games every day. Like I do a bit of coaching in the school league for the government in terms of Ministry of Sports. And I was at Princess Margaret this year, and I said to the guys, I'm not concerned about how much games we win. I want y'all to go there and learn to bat and bat for long. So the first game we played, I said to them, we're not going to declare. Nothing named declare in my book. So bat as long as you want to bat. Get accustomed to making big totals, big scores, big hundreds, double hundreds. And young Athenaeus got a double hundred the first game. You understand? And then he got like 3 centuries in the whole school league division. So once you perform well as individuals, most naturally you're gonna win. You understand? And I'm not even concerned about, as you said, as Taddy said, winning tournaments and that kind of stuff. But you need to see people learning, developing the skills, and getting better and better at it as you go along.
And the end result of the development, that one was driven down to the cover for a single by Brent Joseph. And at the end of the day, Dave, when they start to develop these skill set, obviously it will translate into winning, because that means you'll be playing at a much better level than your opponent, and generally that yields to some positive result. This one is crunch square of the wicket, and that runs forward a square there into the cover boundary for another boundary there. So that was just Jimbo like just putting his bat onto that and just guiding it there for another boundary.
Yeah, well, as you know, as I said earlier, Cornwall has a lot of experience. He has a lot of know-how to his. He's crafty. So those are simple stuff for him to do in terms of with this bowling attack. Maneuvering the field, maneuvering the ball, playing square, playing straighter when he needs to, working it into the onside when he needs to. He knows that kind of stuff.
So Barnard, this one is lofted and it's gone for 6. Wow, I was just about to cue up a soft dismissal and that one just carried and carried and carried, and so another maximum for Cornwall.
Yeah, I'll go back to tell you, John, young Brent, he went on a tour with us last summer to England. So when we were doing the training at Clear Hall out at Mahiko, he came in and, I watched him for a couple of days. He started playing all sort of shots, reverse sweep and all sort of stuff. I'm saying to him. So I said to him, Brent, you are going to be the guy who's going to score the runs in England for us. So you got to bat properly. And bat and bat and bat all the way. So whatever number of overs you're going to be playing with is going to be 40, 50, whatever. You've got to bat almost
majority
all the
of
overs.
the deliveries.
He got up into England. He probably listened to what I was saying, and he came out with the most runs. Scored a century, got a 80 and that kind of stuff. He did pretty well. So I'm watching him here to see if he's continues that vein that we actually got him into. And there's where some of the coaches will, blame the guys. They get them into a mode, and then they fall back. But again, it got to be constant work.
And this is where you came to the question. I asked you, how much of it is as a loud appeal, is an outside edge. Calvin umpire Thomas is not interested in that one. Probably just a little bit too close to his body there, Dave, going for that.
He'd be advised to play it a bit straighter.
Yeah.
Up in front of him. As I said, going too square is going to be a challenge all the time.
So another over completed in the bag, and so over number 16.
Yeah, 169 for 2.
160.
170. Or 169, 17 overs.
17 overs, okay. 17
wickets.
overs.
2
wickets.
Yeah.
So Liberta definitely in a very commanding position, but it's now 3:29. I noticed the light goes very late in the evening now, but it'll be interesting to know what is the cutoff point here. Liberta, I think Police is more interested in the game slowing down, but let's see what will happen here. So 169 for 2 in 17 overs. Dave, another question I'd have to ask you. CPL is a couple of weeks away, I believe, maybe less than a month away. Cornwall, he will be again suiting up for the Falcons. What would be his preparation at this time? Is he trying to blast everything? Is he trying to just be as fit as possible? What would really be his psyche at this time as he prepares for this?
It looks to me, based on what I've seen now from him here, looking at him here, he looks to be a bit fitter than I've seen him in the regional tournament. I'm seeing his running between the wickets looks much improved to me from what I've seen. So I haven't seen him in the field yet, but he looks like he's probably working on his fitness, which is a good thing. And let's hope that he can go out and have a good season for the Falcons. I know he's competent enough to be able to hit the ball and bowl well, but my challenge with him is running between the wickets.
New ball is back in, and that looks like Vincent Shadrack Jr. Coming in from the pavilion end. That's another player. 50, so that's 50. Score is bringing up 50 for Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall, and so that will do his confidence all the good when you reach those landmarks. Dave, as a batsman, you like to put those ticks in the box, huh?
Yeah, you have to tick all those boxes, John. It's important to get these landmarks. Does well for your confidence. It doesn't matter what level you play at, what game you play. A 50 is always a good landmark. A 100 is always a good landmark.
But that's the big difference. And our viewers, bear with us. We're trying to keep the game and still have a little discussion here. I think that's one of the bigger difference in cricket. Thanks. One of the big cricket of yesterday and today, Dave. In your days, we had batsmen churning out. This one is hit powerfully. Does it have the leg to go?
Yeah, it's all the way. Six.
All the way again. So
over extra cover.
Cornwall playing that with some disdain, just latching on to that and hitting it over the extra cover boundary for 6. Yes, Uppy, I was saying that in days gone by, listening to the radio as a young boy or whatever, getting the news, you had batsman after batsman making centuries after centuries. In today's game, they make a 30 or 40, and you, as you said, you told the batsman bat long, but we're not seeing that appetite to occupy the crease.
Yeah, it's not gonna just come like that. You've got to, as you say, as Taddy says, you got to put in the work. You've got to do it, and do it for long periods, and make sure you're comfortable doing it.
The sloppy feeling for the police team continues, and this time it's Cornelius. Ball was pretty hit straight to him, but somehow got through his paws and went into the wide long off boundary. So not doing his team any good here. That would be a very demotivating factor for the bowler also.
Yeah, so I looked at police grounds the other day, and I'm saying, where do these guys practice? I've seen them in the nets all the time, but fielding practice is a very important part of the game.
Well, the boundaries continue. A hat trick. The first was a 6, then a misfield, and this one I think looked like it came off the inner part.
Edge.
Yeah. And a run between the man there at a square leg and a fine leg position, and ran into the boundary. So the runs are flowing again for the men from Liberta.
But in defense of the policeman, Dave Suppy Joseph, I think that without having a play field available to them, I should not even be making that excuse, because even with half a field, but they could have been practice field.
That they can go and use factory field if they want to do some fielding practice.
Correct. And they have enough space.
Rising sun, they can go down and do some fielding practice. That's no excuse.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
But gentlemen, one is coming off of the outside edge, and okay, the man coming across. Wait, did he flop that again?
Yeah, it's still 4, it looks like.
And
4 byes.
Oh, 4 byes. So
Baltimore.
Bad miss there by the keeper. So police definitely making it very easy for the Liberta men. And so another over comes to the end.
It's after 181.
181.
Yes.
After 18 overs.
After 18 overs.
For 2 wickets.
185.
185. Yeah. 185 for 2. So
was that the 18th over or the 17th over score? The 18th. So 2 more overs to go. I know that John.
You got words. They're gonna close it off.
I have no idea.
No, you said 2 more overs. I thought you had some.
Oh, okay. Here it is again. I'm mixing the formats. So 2:30 is still on the cards. How much I got for them? $1?
Yeah, I think the umpires agreed they were going to play 30 overs, John, so it's quite a way to go.
Yeah, still quite a way to go.
If you notice, the batsmen haven't really ramped up their aggression.
Correct.
Quite a way to go.
I don't know why I was stuck in a trance, thinking that it was a 20-over game.
Cruyff is one of the causes of the problems with West Indies cricket. He likes this T20 stuff.
T20 stuff.
What I'm going to take that with a grain of salt. Tongue-in-cheek, Suppy. I am so ashamed of West Indies cricket. I can't even watch anymore. It's painful.
Yeah, I remember in my youthful days coming up playing with Cruyff alongside Cruyff for Bethesda.
Yes, Sabi knows what it is.
Well, Soppy, now you mentioned that. I need an honest review. And that one is latched on there by Brent Joseph. Backward is square there for four. And so the runs keep flowing.
189. Score is 189. 189 for 2.
We have Joshi on the line. He's saying, yes, guys, what's up? Good to have you, Joshi.
Yes, Sabi, you asked a question and I know that John is salivating to get an answer. That
John, I'll tell you that Cruyff was a serious player.
He come early to the game?
All the time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you have to be serious. He come early.
Yeah, those days, you know, as I said, those days cricket was a culture. Cruyff would not want to miss a game. You understand? I was being taken from Pierce Village School by my coach, John Archibald, to go and play with, you know, betters, especially in Thursday leagues. But I know Cruyff to be a very hard hitter of the ball. And that's not to say he didn't have class in terms of I'm telling you. I'm not asking you.
Dave, you can hit one hard and then you're gone back in the pavilion.
No, but he used to score a lot of runs. And he also has a brother by the name of Michael. Used to bat very well too. So those guys were pretty dangerous guys in those days when I was coming up, really. I mean, if you don't get them out, John, it's going to be problems for you.
So it was like a hit and miss he was. He could damage you, but...
I wouldn't say that at all.
Well, quite like you don't pay off Soppy, boy. We can't get Soppy,
No, as I said to you, John, you have to be honest with yourself with what you're doing, you know. You can only, you know, talk what you see. Betters had a very good team those days, you know.
One thing I can tell you, John, that Soppy was he personified class, had a lot of class, even at the West Indies level. But he will tell you that when I hit the ball, it's going to stay hit.
Yeah, very well.
And what you were hoping for, I hope that this will now put this argument to rest. That I'm not going to hear again, John, anything about whether or not I was pretty decent. Not as good as Soppy, but I was pretty decent. So are we at the end of that discussion now, John?
We have some more research to do, Cruyff, but we will get there. But Soppy, now we have you here in your playing days. As Cruyff said, you were one of the better class players that Antigua has ever produced. But in terms of opposing bowlers, name some of the bowlers that you really had to keep your eye on in terms of, you know, they probably consistently was able to get you out or give you a little bother. Or some of the bowlers in the past that you can recall that you had to really
keep your eye on? You're talking locally?
Locally, yeah, locally.
Yeah, I came up, you know, against, let's start here at LIBERTA. You had Kenneth Benjamin, you had Hungry Walsh, Patmore Richards, you know, Casworth James. You had another guy from LIBERTA they call Feldman. He was a left arm quick. You know, these guys were, you know, well, I was a youngster coming up those days, but those guys were really challenging, you know. And you can go down to Falmouth, you had Vensaka down there. That's Mead. You go over to Alcins, you have Merrick, you have Musai. Then you went over to Seavey Farm, you had a guy over there by the name of Whitmore Quinn, and then one by the name of Pumpkin. Where else do we go?
Hold a second there, another over in the bag. So over number 19 in the bag now? Or is that 20? 19? 19, and so LIBERTA, after winning the toss and deciding to bat after 19 overs, they are 197. So really keeping up that 10 runs and over mantra there. Yes, Sappy,
you go down to like St. John's, which is you had St. John's didn't have any real quicks. You know, they had quicks, but not as to chop legs. But they had Leon Stevens, leg spinner, Cannon Stevens, and then where do we go? I think Rising Sun was, you know, thereabouts. I don't think they were, you know, getting the players that, you know, that they used to get.
Right.
They were to fall to it. But even in Parish League where I started, which is the same start of stuff here, you had Eggy Francis for police, the same police team.
Yes, yes.
Quite a bit of guys that have played for police. You came up against Eggy, I can remember definitely. Then you went to Freetown, you had Glenn Jackson, Fitzroy Watley, Pernell Watley, all those guys. Derek, was it, we call him White, you remember him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Those guys are pretty, decent players.
And
I think
Opal was a pretty.
I never played against Opal in Antigua. I played against him in Canada.
Right. Okay.
And he was still turning the ball when I met him there.
Correct.
And that was on a Martin. So he looked to have had some class, When he went to Betis, he had Barley.
Yes. Eugene Tong.
Yeah, Baker.
Right. Correct.
And then he had Lindy Scotland, the late Lindy Scotland, leg spinner. He was,
Top of the line.
top of the line stuff in terms of spinners. So
Speaking about spinners, look like we have a new spin bowler into the attack here. Just try to get his name from the scorers.
Pereira.
Shama Pereira. I've heard that name, yes, in the local scene. So
Looks the part, John. Off spinner. Looks this part. The action is the approved action. High arm.
this one is
I don't think he's going to
outside
be able
off.
to turn anything at all out there.
Yeah, I would like to say good afternoon to his brother in Orlando, Errol Pereira, my good friend over there. I guess he's watching.
This one is wide, and how did he get that back down there? Is it?
I think was a bit slower than he thought, really.
Fielded by Cornelius, only a single, resulting in a single.
Yeah, so Johnny, we came up and you're talking some more cricket. You went up to like Willie Keys. They had a guy by the name of Mambala. He was bowling real quick those days.
Okay.
David Martin. He got loads and loads of quick. I remember being asked a question by Brian Lara when I played for the West Indies. He asked me like, Josie, how do you get out of the way of the short ball so easily? I said, well, brother, in the country that I'm from, nobody bowls to hit your stumps. They're trying to hit your head off, so you got to get your head out of the way. Yeah. I remember my third game in Parish League was against Freetown.
So wide.
And those days, Freetown had like 4 or 5 fast bowlers. Freetown didn't have many batsmen, but whatever they made, you're going to be in some trouble to get it. Yeah.
Pereira come in. And there's a chance for a cotton ball. And probably getting the fingertips to it there.
Jumped a little too early, John.
Probably, yes, didn't get
In
the...
anticipation that it would have been struck a little firmer.
So the...
What I like about the police team here, guys, if you look at it, the younger guys are really putting in the effort. So I don't know what's going on. I think they probably maybe training somewhere else different from the older ones, but they're definitely putting in the effort in terms of getting the bodies behind the ball and that kind of stuff.
I think what you're seeing out there, and it's just 20 overs in the bag, 100 and 200. So 200 on the scorecard, so another milestone there. And someone just mentioned Chesley Roberts. Shandy Baltimore mentioned this name, Chesley Roberts.
Chesley was a very tight medium pacer. He's not going to give you anything at all. Yeah, so that was another.
So the substitute fielder has been called off, having done his duty.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dave, I think what you're seeing out there with the police team is a little mixture. Some of the guys, yes, they're part of the law enforcement unit. The others would be players from other teams that maybe is, their team maybe is not in the competition. So those might be the younger ones that you're seeing.
As Bento would have been if he was on island.
And that's crashed back with a square for 4 more runs. So Cornwall, he should be inching up close to that milestone. Be interesting to get a score check.
66. Cornwall is
66, okay. I thought he was a little bit further there. So far, sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so quite a bit of talent was around when I was coming through.
Yes.
I think when we played against Seatons in Parish, you got a guy by the name of Oscar Walters. Years past now.
This one is tugged, not really getting the timing that he wanted, but getting the placement, and so another boundary. So it looks like if Jimbo is turning on,
Cranking it up.
Yeah, he's ramped up.
John,
there.
two
Yeah.
bounds. 2 bounces into the mid-wicket fence.
Yeah, John, you also had a guy over at Seaton's by the name of Golden Prince, Boaster. I think at one time he was probably bowling the quickest in the Caribbean.
Easily.
Yeah, so quite a
uh,
bit of fire had to deal with.
Baltimore is saying here again, good afternoon to all. John was one of our better spin bowlers from Pierce School.
John Archibald.
John Archibald.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I've never really played against John, but he coached me quite a bit. And there's some things that I, still utilize from his coaching.
That one is wide.
No ball
Signal, no ball. Overstep. We'll see the umpire.
Well, it has to be the first one, so no ball.
John Archibald was respected throughout the Caribbean, having played for Leeward Islands.
Yeah, I think I'll tell you one thing that I took away, and that's this is just one,
Free hit.
and the main one I took away from John Archibald's tutoring and coaching. He'll always tell you when you're in a situation out there in the middle, you've got to find a way to get out and find a way to score. And I will never ever lose that bit of it that he keep telling me all the time. Sometimes, when we're coming up, we weren't accustomed to seeing many spin bowlers, Crive. So when we get into, he was coaching us for Antigua then, you get into Nevis, you get into Sinkers, you got a lot of spinners, the Virgil Newtons and that kind of stuff. And John will say to you, you got to find a way. So I always remember that bit of it, and I even utilize it in terms of, my players that I coach, asking them and telling them they need to find a way,
Yeah. Okay.
So 200 is up. So, Soppy, your prediction was straight up without any conditions, like some others like to put in condition and say if this and win that.
No, not a boundary.
That's another boundary. So you could definitely see Jimbo trying to give himself some room there. The bowler following him, but the luck is favoring Jimbo. Got an inside edge there, and that went down.
So based on the present runway that you're seeing,
If we have 30
John,
overs, you
it
might have 300.
look like 300.
Well,
10 runs per over.
I did preempt
His
what he just said
storytelling.
because I
time.
thought that the game was a 20-over game. So I was
At
leaning
10 per
toward
over, yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
So if you want a revised total, John, I'm ready to give it to you because you're really trying to rub something in, and it is not favoring you.
Wow. Spanked
This
away.
is clobbered.
Lovely stuff. That's not clever, John. That's spanked away. Beautiful stuff.
That's
Good
Yeah,
shot played by you.
good touch on the ball.
4 more runs. So Jimbo scoring in boundaries now. I think this.
And that's one thing I've always admired about Jimbo Cornwall. His hand-eye coordination has always been spot on. With all the criticisms that I've launched at him, he's always going to be able to score and score quickly, and almost always at will.
21,
Go ahead, John.
21 overs in the bag. And we are 227. Wow.
17.
217, sorry. 217 for 2. So, good afternoon, Mr. Junior, Inots Junior. Good to have you on board the Parish League Network. And just to remind our viewers, you're watching the Dave Joseph Finals, ACB Parish League Finals, right here at the Liberta Playfield, a.k.a. the Ball Beef. And today's finalists, we have the law enforcement men coming up against the men from Liberta. And so far, it has been all Liberta, all the way. Polo Cornwall making a half century. Jimbo, he also has a half century and still batting. And so we should see some major fireworks in the last 8 overs or so there. This one is peeling off of the outside. There's a catch, and he takes it nicely there, going right into the breadbasket. So Brent Joseph trying to be aggressive here, trying to really put the pressure on, but he held out to the man there in the extra cover region there, and so another wicket goes.
You see, John, here's where we have a problem. You have a young batter in, and with Jimbo not being able to run the twos and up to the trees, puts pressure on them to play these big shots and then creates problems for them. So that's something that, you know.
Dave, it's quite, that interesting that you said that. I remember watching a few CPL games last year, and I saw that with Jimbo and the young guy there for us there, Joel Andrew. And you could see the challenge that Joel would have had. Well, from outside, it looked a challenge. He wasn't able to run the quick singles with Jimbo, and so he felt he had to resort to hitting everything for a boundary.
What I'll tell you, John, when I was playing, I was a player who wants to run singles. So anytime I find that I'm not being able to run between the wickets, that's going to be a problem for me. So I need to be nudging here, working there and running a single, a quick single here, dropping and running and that kind of stuff. So I think that brings, different level of play to the game, because you'll be rotating the strike, the bowler has to bowl to a different batter, and it creates a problem for me. He has to change his line and his length and that kind of stuff. So this is something that will put a lot of pressure on young players, especially if they're not getting. Depends on if they want to be able to run singles and the twos and the
Who's
threes.
in? Junior Henry?
No, Junior Henry is a
It's
right-hander.
Yeah.
Kerry Charles?
Tariq
Yeah.
Charles.
Tariq Charles,
Yeah,
sorry.
this is another young player that went to England with us. John.
Okay, it's a chance.
I remember we went to one game and we played, and there was a old gentleman that was around the field. He came and he says, "This bloke reminds me of David Gower." So that tells you that there's class and quality in
Yeah,
these
yeah.
young guys. So they just need to practice and keep working at their craft.
I'm not certain if this name means anything to anyone. Buckets Geron. I don't know if he's given a name or he's saying something. Enoch Jr., can you just clarify that I'm not too following that name or that phrase? Buckets Geron. Oh, this one is turned nicely by Jimbo.
Six.
That looks like it went all the way again. So getting confirmation is umpire Baltimore and gets it, and so another maximum. So Cornwall should be getting pretty close to that coveted landmark.
And the ball has made its way outside of the ground.
So that's going to be a delay that we can ill afford.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we were talking about bowlers that really troubled
Well, the ball
when I was coming
ball
out,
is
John.
back in play. I don't know what the fielder is.
I think the umpire probably had an extra ball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I managed to catch up with a gentleman here. The other day over at Betty's the Cruyff.
1 second here. Soppy Banga.
Was that Banga? We'll talk about this.
Okay. Sorry, no, this is not Banga. It says Rangers Boot Camp, BC. That's it. Commentary panel. I would have done Ronald Jimbo a long time if both of us were batting together. He definitely was some of that strike, boy. Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
Yes, I was remembering when I went into youth cricket for Leeward Islands on the 19s. I think we went, first game, I think we went to, first year I played, we went to Jamaica. I ran into a guy by the name of Rajendra Danraj. You remember that name?
Remember that name?
Yeah, he's from Trinidad. He bowls right arm like spin. So I've never seen anything like that before. Those days it was like a 4-day game, I think. Now they're playing 1-day Cruyff, so they realize our problems in terms of our youngsters, in terms of developing them. When I played, it was 4-day cricket. So first 2 balls I received from Danraj, gone, caught a slip. 2 2 ducks. So I came back and I said, Taddy, I need to work on batting spin. So we did some work. Taddy got Leon Stevens, which was Cannon, came in.
225? 22 overs, 225 for 3. Huh? And Jimbo Cornwall is on 85. Go ahead, Soppy. Finish that thought.
Yeah, so we came back and we started working on, batting, spin and that kind of stuff. So the next year, we met up against him. I think it was in Barbados. Yeah, I got 60 yard. So I can remember the ground clearly. It was Queen's Park. And we kept meeting up after we get to the senior level, and it grew to a stage that whenever I was in the wicket, Cruyff, he could not get any bowling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
you ended up conquering.
Yeah, well, you need to find a way, as I told you. John Archibald asked them, you need to find a way.
And one of the names that you may have omitted was Ulysses Lawrence, and in my view, Ulysses was one of the better all-rounders that came at a time when West Indies cricket had so many options.
Ulysses Lawrence, what can I say about him?
Yes.
I'll tell you, John and Cruyff, he was very instrumental in me getting my first half century in cricket.
Okay.
I think we were playing, it was a finals at Factory, LIBERTA, same LIBERTA versus Newfield. So I was on 49, and he came down and he said to me, he said, Soppy, just get your bat on the ball. So that tells you, John, it wasn't going to be a 4 or a 6. He's willing to run that run so fast, and running between the wickets is so important in terms of cricket.
Correct.
And
should he be caught? And it has the leg to go. So Jimbo is toying with them, just giving them the impression they're going to have a chance, but that ball just keeps going. So good timing by the big man.
Yeah, so I just managed to get my bat on the ball. And when I looked up, Ulysses Lawrence was in my crease. He said to me, Soppy, run! So I got my first half century there at Factory. I can never forget that. Ulysses Lawrence is a very, as Cruyff would say, and I would say too, one of the better all-rounders in cricket in terms of cricket feeling, batting, bowling, everything. He's a serious competitor. I can tell you
he was one of the hardest playing cricketers I've ever met. That's going to go into the boundary again for another maximum. He's now 97, is he?
12 and 85 is 97.
97. Do I get a tick, Mr. Scorer? I'm only going on instinct. But absolutely, Soppy, Ulysses Lawrence is still a good friend of mine. We played a lot at Rising Sun, so.
Played at Dennis for a while, too.
Correct. And like I said, there wasn't a player who would play that cricket harder than Ulysses Lawrence.
I think he has a brother.
Excellent fielder.
Yeah, he has a brother who came up after him.
Oh, okay.
Karate Blacks.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're brothers.
Yeah,
all right.
They played his cricket real hard too.
Yes. Didn't like to lose at all.
No, not at all. And I tell you that playing in the Newfield team, whatever score Newfield would have posted, John, you're going to have a challenge if you want to get it.
Yes.
And more than often they'll come up on top in terms of winning it.
And is that the century? Yes, it is.
Yep.
So that one is clocked hard over the offside, and so wonderful achievement by the big man, Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall, bringing up his century in the Dave Joseph 30-over finals.
LIBERTA is definitely in the ascendancy, John. I think that this is the runs on the board now. It should be more than enough for the policemen.
So what are you suggesting, Cruyff? They declare?
It has never happened, at least not at all. But to make the game interesting, because they're going to amass a total of 300 plus. And this ball is
a big one. That is a big one.
That is huge.
That might be a souvenir in the archive of the bushes there.
That is huge.
So
Yeah,
But we can go on and on, Suppy, as
I
to
think congratulations in order to Jimbo Cornwall making a century here.
and I think
I think he has played well today.
yeah, he's played very well. Very impressed in how he's paced his innings. And I must say I haven't seen him play much slugging shots. He has played some good cricket shots, and it looks good. It looks good today, I must
Yeah,
say.
as I tell you, I don't see any problem in terms of his batting and bowling, that kind of stuff. It's just a matter of running between the wickets is an issue. But I must say he looks fitter than when I saw him in the regional tournament earlier on this year.
I don't know, Suppy. I don't know that using fitness with Cornwall is ever going to be appropriate, but you would know. Like I said, I like Cornwall. I just don't like his weight.
Yeah, well, I can tell you fitness, but I struggled quite a bit with weight when I was playing.
True.
So I can tell you
You've
about
always been a little chubby guy.
Yeah, but I worked hard at it, and working hard in terms of catching. John, in terms of feeling, in terms of the slips.
They said that you were
you're one of the best.
Yeah, I don't make jokes in terms of catching. So whenever I walk onto a field, they'll say, well, Stoppy, you go right there.
And that is so important, that you take pride in that one was stroked down to the long off region, resulting in a run. As the Liberta team motors on, 248 for 3. And this is the 23rd over.
Yeah, whenever I had to come out of the slips, Crive, it's going to be trouble. And my fielding positions now is going to be extra cover, mid-wicket, that kind of stuff. And it gets worse for you if I don't score much runs. Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
Then you're looking to make up.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if I don't score any, as I was listening to a little interview with Kohli the other day, he says whenever a player makes 100, he wants to make 200.
Yes.
But if I don't make any, I don't think you should make any too, John. So, feeling is going to be on top.
Gentlemen, we should also pay our respects to the late great Sir Garfield Sobers. Really one of West Indies' greatest cricketer. This one is going high. A chance. Is it a chance for a catch? Let's see. He's getting under it, and he takes it. So that looks like Shadrach Jr.
Yeah, well caught by Shadrach. I think he made a bit of blunder there, but he was in good ground. I think he was checking for the ropes after he made a catch. Should have been checking for the ropes before.
Yeah. So that brings to the end of a good innings by
Cornwall.
102, 107. And the score at Bar Brief in the finals of the Dave Joseph Limited 30 over challenge. The score is 248 for 4 in the 23rd over.
Yeah, but gentlemen, just to give some homage to Jimbo, I think it was really an excellent innings. He really paced his innings. He didn't come out slugging. He took what the bowlers gave him when he was there to be hit. He ran, whether you want to believe it or not, he and Polo, they ran quite a few singles in the wicket also there. And then he after reaching his half century, he slowly turned it on and really played a very, very good innings. So
vital innings. With all due respect, he's being replaced by Kadeem Phillip, the captain of the Liberta Blackhawks. Playing across the line, that's going to run down towards the boundary. The lone female.
There's Jensen Richards out there.
Retrieves it.
Baltimore.
Yeah, that's Richards, yeah.
Shandy Baltimore saying congratulations to Jimbo with his century. Great batting by Jimbo. All that's coming from Shandy Baltimore. That one is pulled and one bounce forward of square there, and that batsman, that's the young guy there that you were telling us about, the David
TC.
Gower imitation.
That's Charles, right?
Tariq Charles.
Tariq Charles, yeah.
Yes. Well, Liberta, police would have thought they got a little reprieve getting the big man out, but another youngster is stepping into the plate and putting the runs there. Okay, Soppy, we have a question coming for you here, so just a second. One of our viewers have a question for you.
Coming off the outside edge by Charles, full delivery, finds his way down to the third man boundary for another 4.
Okay, so the end of over number 24, and the score is
257.
Six overs to go.
257. Okay, okay, Shandy Baltimore says he's watching from New York. Good to have you, Shandy. Chacha is saying, let's go, Catman, my brother. Dave, a question to you here from one of our viewers. Question to Mr. Joseph. How many test matches did you play, and which innings gave you the most satisfaction?
Yeah, well, I played 4 games for the West Indies. Started in Trinidad. I think that was probably the better of the 4 games. We got a half century in the first game.
All right, so to our viewers, so David saying he played 4, and he would have thought that his first test match would have been better performance in terms of the runs that he would have scored. They got in a half century. So Liberta, I guess they'll be looking to pile on the runs here. Police, I guess, will be just waiting and begging for this innings to come to an end.
Airborne for a little bit, down to wide long off, resulting in a single.
Young Charles was pushing there for a second run.
That was never on the cards.
Kadeem had absolutely no interest in that. He didn't even reach to the other end yet, to the non-striker end yet.
When your back is turned, it tells you that day.
You got to know the time of the day.
Yes.
Well, there's where the young players need to be able to, assess what's going on. The senior partner is actually telling him, you got to take up the mantle, but he's not understanding that role. So he just works a single and give him the strike. But as I said, TC needs to know that he's got to take up the mantle. He's got to be the guy who's going to hit the boundaries.
Should be caught.
Bernard, and has dropped it there. Is that young Francis?
No.
No?
That's Pereira.
Relatively easy catch. Put down again. I think that at the end of this game that the men from the Royal Antigua Police Force will be saying that they've missed too many chances that could have affected the outcome of this game.
Remember, Polo was dropped earlier.
Correct.
So it's a day to forget in the field for the lawmen. Definitely, they would not want to see a replay of this innings at all in terms of the fielding. This one is hit high.
Should be caught by the lady down there.
Jensen is bubbling and she takes it. Jensen finally takes it.
And shows the ball as a trophy.
That's a good catch. The ball went pretty high.
A hell of a feat. She settled under it.
Yeah.
And got the desired result. So that brings us to the end of the Kadeem Phillip innings. How much did he make? 5, 2, 3.
Yeah, but just to give the young lady some props, it's good to see, the lady taking the field alongside the men, not showing any level of intimidation, and really a good sighting. And, hopefully we could see a few more ladies expressing themselves on the field of play going forward.
Yeah, this is one of the questions I asked you about earlier on, John. Where is our ladies program? Where is our women's program? It's been decades on now. We haven't got a program even started in Antigua in terms of women.
And that should be relatively easy, because you go into the schools and you do the recruits with the emphasis on cricket being a sport. I mean, it's not going to be as lucrative as basketball or baseball, but it's a game that you can make a decent living. And Kadeem Phillip has been replaced by
the legendary Ian Gore.
the ageless wonder. And he should be caught by the lady again.
No, that's 6.
No, that's 6. Wow. Well, and look at the stature. Look at his pose after hitting that. He says,
yes.
"Just come again, youngster. I got you covered."
And
Really authoritative.
rather disrespectful by Ian Gore. 267 in this the 24th over. The 25th over. 267 for 5. Out stump, Ian Gore giving the ball a charge.
This is what I was asking you earlier, Dave. Is that a mimic of Cruyff's career, hitting that hard one and then walking back to the pavilion?
No, never really seen that from him. So I can't speak to that one.
You're still searching and probing. Are you a surgeon, John? You're searching and probing. You're not going to get, and this brings brings us to the close of the inning. So there was indeed a cutoff point.
How many overs did they? 25. That would have been the 25th. Okay, so we'll just wait on our scorers to give us the final tally. 257 from 25. We know Jimbo made 108, 107, and Cornwall and Polo Cornwall made 69. Payne contributed 30 in the early stages.
Cutoff point 4:15, John.
It seems that way, or 4:10 or whatever time. But gentlemen, a real destructive and authoritative innings by the Liberta Blackhawks. They would have a lot to feel proud of. What, Dave, as a coach, what would you be telling the police team as they walk into the pavilion?
Well, it's a huge, task ahead of them. They'll have to get out there and bat properly. At least get a start and, try to get themselves into a good place, good position. So they can, they can then maneuver from there. But it's going to be, what's going to be the scoring rate there? At least, 10 per over? Less than 10?
25 runs. Yeah, it's 10. Just a little over 10.
Just a little over 10 per over.
250, yeah.
Yes, that's gonna take some getting. Definitely.
The former police captain, Derek Marilyn, is saying big up to the commentary team. Good to have you on board, Mr. Marilyn. Why you're not on the cricket field? You should be here giving your team that level of support.
Is Maryland still playing?
That's a very good question. I haven't seen him play for the year.
I think I saw him for Bowlands.
Bowlands,
earlier
okay.
This year, yeah.
Renetta Lidet, ball and ground, now go now. Kanisha Phillip, no look so.
Well, we saw quite a bit of balls in the air today.
Yes, I think that the policemen cannot be proud of the way that they fielded, and that has definitely resulted in a huge total, and it's going to take some getting. And even with the suggestion that with a good foundation, 268 runs in 25 overs is going to take a Herculean effort by the law enforcement. But it is a good track. It is a good pitch. And with the necessary application, they may be able to pull something out of the bag. But again, the Liberta team is in the ascendancy. Should feel pretty confident in being able to defend 168 runs. The outfield is very, very quick. So anything along the ground that is struck firmly.
Yeah, once you get in the gap, Cruyff is going to,
create a challenge.
Go away for 4 easily. Once it's hit with any degree of power.
Well, guys, as we said, a commanding score nonetheless, and so police would have to regroup and come with their game plan. I guess they'll be relying quite heavily on Kenrick Scott to put some impetus into their batting. He left the field a little bit injured. Johnny Frederick, I think he's the coach of the Blackhawks, is saying, "Well done, team, PIC Blackhawks." So good to have you on board, Johnny. But gentlemen, cricket. We have cricket in. I think I saw a team being selected for the Pakistan. We have in Pakistan in the West Indies.
Tomorrow, the test starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, the first test.
Yeah.
First of two.
I didn't see Zari in the lineup, neither the batter from Jamaica there. His name is just eluding. Campbell.
Injured.
I'm not certain. I didn't see I just saw the list. But what struck me was the inclusion of the other opener.
Goose?
No, the one from Jamaica. His name is just slipping me.
The older guy is back.
No man, the two openers. Remember, we have two openers. It was Black
Campbell and King.
Brandon King. I'm surprised that he's still in the setup.
Well, he must be in the setup. Johnny scored a half century last innings he played, and he's not out. So I don't know. Campbell probably would have been injured.
King has not looked. Beside that innings, he hasn't looked anywhere in the Test series.
Yeah, but you cannot leave him out. He getting a half century not out shows that you're on your way back, regardless to your opponent who you're playing against. It's Test cricket.
And make no mistake, John. There are very, very few players in the West Indies setup that has the class that King has. I think that what is missing is what is above his shoulders. And if King is able to understand that you're playing for 5 days and not a day or 20 overs, if somebody could get between those ears.
That's you're going on the right line now, Clive. The way coaches come in.
Correct.
You need to be able to get into his head and let him know this is what's required of you.
Correct.
You understand? And then if he can't get it right after your coaches has been, impressing upon him to, stay long, bat long, you're not playing a T20 or 50 over game, you're playing for 5 days. And that's why they call it 5-day cricket, test match, John. Each team should bat for a day, each innings, and the 5th day is for the decider. So going out there and playing, as I said to a young player just there up at Bethesda while we were coaching a Leeward Island player, I said to him, it's not who plays the most shots. You understand? You've got to be able to bat and bat and bat for a long period. They're going to pick the guy who grafts, scratch around, and he gets 100. Although you might have played some excellent shots and you get to 50 or 40 or even 60, they're going to pick the guy who makes a century.
It's about performance.
You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I'm seeing here.
And
go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Some players, some selectors only can see the figures. They only go from the scorebook. But in terms of, as Clive said, King is a talented guy, but being able to get the best out of him, that's what we have to rest on the shoulders of our coaches.
Excellent player. Excellent player.
Excellent player. He has a lot of time to play shots.
Good technique, yes.
I think what's lacking with him too is fitness.
Oh.
He needs to work on his fitness. You understand? And your fitness, physical fitness, brings on your mental toughness. And you'll be able to concentrate longer when you're fit. So I'm seeing that, from what I'm seeing with him, as Scribe said, technically he looks in order, everything looks sorted out, but he's just not going along for the long haul.
Correct.
So fitness is what's I think is lacking when it comes to him.
And if he can get it together, John, if he can get it together, I like his game. I like his temperament because he seems to be a cool customer. But his shot selection, at times, it's stunning that somebody with that kind of talent has not been able to maximize the opportunities that have been made available to him. And I'm hoping that this series may be a decider for him. Because I still think that Joel Andrew should be given an opportunity at the test level. I don't think that the shorter version of the game should be forced on someone with that unusual amount of talent. I always felt that he should have been groomed. I don't know what, again, you have somebody that I don't like at all as coach of the West Indies, and that is Darren Sammy, who has to be, by the way, the luckiest person God has ever made.
But Cruyff, if I could just come in here, because that's a comment that I made to myself when I watched the few warm-up games we have had with the West Indies Select 11 and another 11 that we picked, a President 11, and Joel Andrew was nowhere in any of those setup. So I was like, that's interesting. So I'm hoping that they haven't just parked him into the one day version. Just so information for viewers, just Joshua Bishop, he has gotten his maiden call up to the test team. Kirk McKenzie, remember the one that said his job is just to bat and bat and bat, so he's back into the test setup. Azari was unavailable for personal reasons, not certain what that would have entailed. And Campbell, he has a hamstring strain, and so he's ruled out of the series. Anderson Phillip is not in the test side. He lost his place.
Should never have been in the first place.
Yeah, so the two tests will be played in Port of Spain, one in Tarouba, and then the other one will be played at the Brian Lara. So the full squad: Ralston Chase, Jamal Warwican, Joshua Bishop, Tangerine Shandapal, Joshua De Silva. That's a good one. Joshua De Silva. He was dropped from the first test there, and Hope took the gloves. Do we see him coming back into the playing 11, or we continue putting Hope?
Well, the recycling, at least in my view, the recycling program is in full effect. Because I cannot see with how Test cricket is being played, where you must score 300 runs on the first day to be competitive. Why are you bringing back Shandapal? I mean, tell me what is the thinking, because you're not going to be in a winning position if you don't score 300 runs on the first day. You're not going to be competitive. That is how Test cricket, that is the wild turn that Test cricket has taken. And if you cannot compete or cannot be competitive on the first day, you're not going to win a test series or a test match.
I don't think it's the first day, the first innings.
Correct.
You've got to make sure that your first innings is something of note that would put the opponents under pressure. So, as Craig rightfully said, if you can't really score like a 300 or whatever, 400 or not in your first innings, and then back your bowlers to get the opponents under it, you're not going to be competitive.
You're not going to be competitive. And I cannot see why are you bringing back Shandapal? Okay, I'm going to give, because Darren Sammy has to be one of the luckiest persons God has ever created, because he is not qualified to be no coach at no kind of level. Because I'm saying something, it doesn't take rocket science. You pick a team, and you pick a team with your role players. What role are you going to play for me in the team? What is going to be your role? Because if you don't have a role or a defined role in a cricket team, that is where West Indies cricket has fallen apart, because you must have people who are going to fit into a particular role.
Yeah, you're right, Clive, in terms of when you select a team, each person must have a role to play. And in terms of Shandapal, how much runs are you expecting to get from him?
In a day?
I'm not talking about a day at all. If he cannot get a score against regional bowlers, where these regional bowlers we have, they'll give you a loose ball or two, or every other over he'll get a few loose balls. These guys at test level are going to be on target, or more on target. He's not going to get any runs. And from what I've seen with the West Indies batters, these guys look at bay whenever balls are bowled short at them. So this is something that needs to be looked at. Like the last test match I watched there, the captain, what's his name again? Chase,
Ruston Chase.
found wanting with a few short balls being bowled at him. That's ridiculous. You understand? And if we're saying that Sri Lankan bowlers were bowling what? 130 Ks. And our bowlers are faster. That should be, meat and drink for our batters. So as Clive said, when you pick people, they must have a role. Again, the wicketkeeper there from Jamaica, from Trinidad, what's his name again? De Silva. Where you going? As Clive said, the recycling plant in full motion.
But gentlemen, as we see the umpires going back out on the field as we get ready to restart the second innings, I think one of the conflict that may, or one of the crises that may hit the selectors, how do you select the team? Do you select them on performance? Whether we like it or not, is the same De Silvas who were making runs in the 4-day competition.
What I'll tell you, that Azari Joseph made West Indies team from the under-19s. Never played for Leeward senior team before he got into the West Indies team. Vital Laws has gotten into the West Indies setup before he played any regional cricket. So go into the under-19s and pick some people. They're going to make the same amount of runs as these open bats we have in here. I can bet you Tanis Francis will do a better job at opening than some of these openers we have here playing for the West Indies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from former West Indies batter.
And I have to agree with him, because it cannot be that difficult. If Joel Andrew is a generational talent, then everybody that you would have spoken to is going to agree on that. Why is it, therefore, that he cannot be given a chance to be the wicket keeper? Why is there a need? Because if we cannot judge how good people are playing at the regional level, how is it, therefore, that you have Joel Andrew sitting around in all the formats, and you cannot say, if you had any kind of common sense, why is it so difficult to try him for a 2-match series? 2 matches. Not a 5, because West Indies...
I would like to jump in here. This thing about when the players come from the leewards or the windwards, you all think they should get a 2-match. The other islands, they get runs after runs after runs after runs. They're running for series after series before they can come up with the goods. You understand? Joel Andrew, and he does not need the gloves. He needs to be put into the West Indies setup in terms of the test setup, and let him know we're looking for you to bat for a whole day. And with your class and your talent, if you bat for a day, you should have at least, the least you should have is 80 runs. The least.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, he has that ability, he has that amount of class, and this thing where they're pushing him in T20 and all that kind of crap. He's a young player. You need to mold him and try to get him into test cricket, and then you can bring him back to play T20.
Correct.
Not start him at the T20 level so you think he's going to go hit everything away. No, it's crap. So there again, the West Indies selectors, whoever they may be, need to come up with a clear plan of what they want to do with these youngsters.
All right, gentlemen.
How they're going to utilize them.
Gentlemen, we're going to...
On the off here. Why was he selected for President's 11 against Pakistan?
That's the question I've asked. They had a President 11 against New Zealand. They had one against Pakistan, and he wasn't given any run.
But let me say something again in defense of the selectors. He played all season for the Leewards, and he has not come up with the goods. He too has some responsibility, and he must be held accountable. Get out there and score some runs when you get an
Scorer.
opportunity.
Well, he did. Cruyff and I did a brief interview with him a couple of weeks back, and he did allude to the fact that he did recognize his performance was not up to
So you need to get it
the
up.
standard. Get up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get a little sidetrack here.
Not at all suggesting that there should be a free pass for Joel Andrews.
Richie, I don't hide comments. So Richie Thomas is saying sometimes it's better them commentators just shut up and make the cricket play in silence. All right, Richie, we hear you, but good to have you on board, and I hope that you will enjoy the second half of our coverage as the chase gets started, and as they said, the legendary Igor. Wow, that looked a little nippy there. Igor still have a little thing in him, man.
Ageless wonder.
Yeah,
First delivery outside the off stump.
you could gas in the tank there, boy. That come off quite slippery, and a little away movement there.
Who's the opener?
Malik.
Marcelin.
And Maslin can be very, very destructive, John. And
Yes.
Remember the games at Rising Sun that he almost tore the cover off the
ball.
yes.
Yeah. Well, one thing with him, he's not going to get cheated. He's going to have his full swings. That's one thing. And I know with that 250 in the back of his head, and this one is high, real high. Can someone get onto it? And the umpire is not moving, and a good catch in the end there by
Charles, is it? Huh?
Chai-
Taekwondo.
Taekwondo. That sounds like Chinese.
Christian.
Oh, Christian. Okay, that was. Sorry.
Is his father from Freetown?
That was a good catch there, gentlemen. That one really went high, swirling. The umpire did not move initially. The fielder had to navigate the umpire and still keep his eyes on the ball. And in the end, it was a relatively comfortable catch. So, not the start that the lawmen would be looking for.
Absolutely not. Maslin being one of the anchors in the law enforcement team, and to be out in the first over, I think that this spells trouble for the lawmen.
Yeah, definitely not the start that police will be looking for.
Well, I will agree with you, Soppy Joseph, that Joel Andrews needs to take some responsibility. And the interview that we had, he too conceded that he needed to up his game. So I think that the next opportunity, if he's ever going to be given one, because with Darren Sammy being the lone selector, which to me is just total ignorance, we can only hope for the best.
Yeah, but you can also say that Sammy is in charge of the St. Lucia Kings, and that's where Joel Andrews is heading for the CPL.
Wow.
So tell me something else or something different. I don't know what's different, but tell me.
What is Sammy seeing that nobody else sees?
Yeah, so why is he not picking him for the West Indies team then?
Ian Gore being successful in the over so far. Seeing the back of Maslin for a duck.
2 for 1.
Very seldom.
So
guy.
Maslin being out lets in young Pereira. Pereira looks pretty organized.
Yes, but you're going to need more than organization, Soppy Joseph.
Yeah,
This
but
is a
you'd have to start that way, not going out and swinging a bat like a madman,
Yeah.
madman. No, that's crazy.
This is an ultra-aggressive field.
Ooh.
That one keeping a little low. Dug out by young Pereira.
No, that's not Pereira. That's
That's Jerron. I think that's Jerron Jones.
Dewan Jones.
yeah.
Just confirm with the scorers.
Yeah,
there.
Pereira is on strike now.
Perez on strike.
Okay. The younger of the two, or the more slender of the two? Okay. That resulted in a single.
Yeah, but you got to give Igor some real props, man.
For the building.
He comes out every week and he's available. Yes, if the youngsters are there, he allows them to play. But he's always turning up for his team, always making himself available, and really still putting it in. And you got to respect that. And I guess, you know, that's what parish league embodies, that family that's driven. Is a man down on the long off position, and so just a single for Jones. So a successful over coming up there by the, well, how do you describe him, Clive? The what? Never.
The legendary
ageless wonder.
The ageless wonder.
2 for 1.
Ian Gore. And so that's way more than 2. 5.
5 from 1.
5 from 1. So when they started, the required rate would have been just a little over 10.2 or so runs and over. So obviously with only 5 runs in the first over, I'm assuming it's over 11 now.
Easily. And another ageless one, Dickie Bird. Left arm, medium. Bowling over the wicket to
Yeah, it's going to be
an uphill battle, Soppy.
it's going to be interesting to see how the young batters really approach him, because I've been always in, you know, conversation with him. He says that the young batters are not using their heads at all. So I was asking him, you know, how do you manage to get so much wickets? He said, well, they're headless batters around now. So let's see
Ultra
how-
aggressive field. Short mid on. Someone at wide long on. Short. 1 slip. And I did not notice that Cornwall.
Here's a chance for a run out. Here's a chance for a run out. Indecision there, and by both batter and fielder. There was
that the legendary Gore?
yes,
Fielder?
ageless wonder. So there was, it looks like Jones exploring single, stopped, then went again. Gore had the ball in his hand. He bluffed also, and then eventually threw it, hit the stump, but enough time for Jones to get back.
So you did not notice that Jimbo Cornwall has the gloves on?
Oh my!
Behind the wicket?
No, I did not. Wow!
I didn't know that he's a triple. He's a triple threat.
Well, let's see. Let me see his posture as a keeper. Let me see where he positions himself.
It's going to be interesting if the ball keeps low.
But he ain't getting down, so he's staying right by those knees. He's not going down there.
Pushed up to cover for a single.
Well, Clive say I've always noticed with Jimbo, once that ball is in his arc now, he normally gets to it. It's one thing with him, you know. He's not going to run it down, but
About fielding?
yeah, with
Safe
fielding.
pair of hands.
Yeah, safe
from-
pair hands, man. When he hits those mitten, they ain't coming out.
Very seldom do you see a one-day field like this. Resolutely forward. Playing up to short cover.
Yeah, well,
Man
Clive,
moving
you've got runs to
play with.
play with, so you can, you know, set your aggressive and attacking fields.
I have
And again, once you put the batters under pressure, see even more pressure coming now. They've brought up the man from fine leg. So once you can't get any runs, you'll have to do something special and, you know,
I think
different
that
to get runs.
I think that it would have been fair down the leg side. Jimbo did not even move. 4 wide signal by the umpire. That one down the leg side, and Jimbo did not even offer to stop that one, which wasn't extremely wide, by the way. But again, the limited mobility that resulted in 4 wides.
Is it the limited mobility or the unaccustomed position that he's found himself in, not anticipating?
Whatever you want to say, John, I'm going to have to concede because I'm not going to be a critic of Jimbo Cornwall. Not today. Not today. You're not going to move me off my crease. Dickie Bird continues from the village end. Good delivery outside the off stump.
Clive, that one kept low.
It did?
Well taken by Jimbo.
Oh, yes. It looks like every time that Jimbo manages to stop a ball, we're going to have to applaud. Still a lovely day for cricket. It has been relatively cool in the commentary.
I think
bar.
he has good hands, Clive.
Yes,
We've not
safe,
seen him dropping any catches at slip at all. So
safe,
he has very good
safe
hands.
rear
So
hands,
Yeah,
yes,
as I said,
yes.
once he's in
I
his
think with the gloves, he's going to be better.
in his radius, he normally latches on to them.
reminds it reminds you a little bit of yourself, Suppy.
Yeah,
He-
well,
he has
Like going for 3, so good run in there, good recognition there by the batsman. There's a chance for 4, so they're now running 4. Will run 5? No, they've changed their mind against that. So good recognition by the 2 batsmen, recognizing that the fieldsmen were not as tidy as they should be. So the police team, they recognize every run is important. Every run, every opportunity, they have to grab it if they're going to make a fist out of this chase.
absolutely lovely day for cricket. Not too hot, at least up in the commentary booth. Relatively cool all day.
So 2 overs in the bag. Remember, the target is 259. Did they make 258? I think that's what they made. So they're chasing 259. Can we get a score update after 2 overs scorer?
14 for 1
14 for 1.
after 2. Exactly 7 and over. Now the scoring rate has ballooned, John, to nearly 13 and over.
Whoa, that one crawled on the ground there.
well taken by the wicketkeeper.
Absolutely. Suppy, you're trying to rub it in. That was a ground ghoul, as was often known in the old days. Very, very low. That one keeping very, very low.
Yeah, a long time I've heard that description. Clive.
Yes.
Ground
And you would have had to play for 50, 60 years.
This one is
Lost
not.
in.
Did he drop it? Or
No, he allowed it to pitch in front of him.
okay.
Did not
okay.
even attempt to.
I was blindsided by this column here.
That was a catch.
Not a very convincing shot there by
Well,
Jones. Just
Go is not happy at all. He thought he had his man there just now.
Well taken by Jim McGornwall behind the stumps.
Yeah, good pace by Goto. How long now you reckon Go has been playing?
45 years to be exact.
Got to be more.
I think that he's. Yes.
this
Ooh,
one is hit
lovely.
hard, straight
Lovely.
down the ground, and 4 lovely runs there by
Pereira.
Pereira there.
A good looking shot.
Yes, definitely. Score.
19 for 1. Police in response to a mammoth total of 267.
I'll tell you, Clive, that Go is still picking up his little contracts here and there to play Masters tournaments.
Oh,
So
okay.
he's doing
okay.
pretty well.
And Go should be very, very upset having to expend that kind of energy running up and then only to be told that you cannot deliver that ball. And yes. I would wear him out, Mark. I would wear him out because I would withdraw again.
This one is coming off of a thickest outside edge and going down to the man at the 3rd man position. So
Dickie Lake fielded that. Yes, Ian Go is saying that he's laboring with that extra effort. I don't blame him. But
So why is it the police batters aren't running faster between the wickets? At least pushing the first one hard. Have they given up?
it looks like it.
No, come on.
It looks like it.
Game has just started.
And Ian Go has decided to take a shorter run. He's pulled down to mid-wicket for 4. Short delivery. Coming off a shorter run, and I don't blame him, Soppy.
Well, I don't blame him, Craig, but I have to tip my hat off to him. He's been doing,
For the first one.
Yes,
very well.
when you get to be 60 yard and you're asked to run up and then you turn back, I mean.
Well, I don't think they've asked him to run up. I think he chose to run up.
Oh boy, I tell you.
He did it in the Masters.
Yes, he's gonna bend over again.
4 or 5 years.
He is laboring. I would call for a replacement. I would call for a substitution.
No, he's not a guy like that. He's going to fight his way out.
Oh
Craig.
my.
Yeah, he's a
Oh
tough
my.
customer, I can tell you that much.
Loves the game.
Yeah, he
There's
loves it, yeah.
absolutely no doubt. That
Yeah,
there's
every
a
time
love
I
for
catch
the
up with him and, I said, tip my hat off to you, guy. You're still going, mate.
I agree with you. The old people. Cornwall is in the solitary slip position. There's a man at short backward point. There's a man at square cover. Dropping short of Brent Joseph. That one played in the air. Short of catch it, but well short of Brent Joseph at short mid wicket. Asking rate, John, is about 14 and over.
Yes, it keeps climbing. I would say to the, especially young Pereira, I think he should just stay there and bat and just try and see if he could put a good score on his belt. Don't be,
You're talking about the next game, John, I would imagine, not this game.
I was just saying he has to recognize the nature of the game.
No
It's
ball.
A no ball.
Or he's signaling something.
What is he signaling? Oh,
Oh.
okay. So, rash shot played by the youngster there in Pereira. The scoreboard, I guess you would say that was a scoreboard pressure shot, Dave. Looking at the scoreboard, recognizing the run rates.
No, just want to see, as I said earlier on, young Pereira, if you cannot get to the total, just stand up and bat
Yeah.
properly. So whenever you get an opportunity next time to play against Liberty, they'll remember that innings you played against them. Whether it is in a losing effort or winning effort, they will remember you. So
That's where I was just leading my conversation too, as he played that shot. I was saying he should just take this opportunity and really just put a good score under his belt, and I keep saying to these youngsters, our telecast takes it wide and far. So, and in today's age, with all these different opportunities available to you, you try to be your best in every time you go there in the middle.
Scott. Oh, the injured player replaces, the injured player for the police. Scott replaces Pereira.
well, you were chatting online there just now with young Benter.
Yeah.
So maybe these guys need to understand what's going on. As I said, the telecast takes it wide and far. Benter is where?
In Holland.
Holland,
Netherlands.
and he's watching. So there got to be other people watching. Maybe some of his teammates are watching. They might need a few players to go that direction next year.
No, but Dave, it's really serious, because I'm saying, can you imagine in your days if there was all this opportunity for playing cricket? I mean, it would have been so. Let's see this delivery coming into Scott and just getting off the mark there. But I'm just saying, these players, I don't think they recognize the opportunities that are available to them, and a scout just wants to see two good little traits inside of you, and they may feel, hey, this is somebody we could work with. And so it's important when you go there to always be as professional and put your best foot forward.
Yeah, most certainly. As if you remember, I told you about the young guy that the gentleman saw and
The
said
David
that
Gower.
this man looks like David Gower. He just saw a few balls being bowled at the man and the shots that he played. And I'll tell you that gentleman I'm talking about, he has a cricket feel for himself. He had a potato farm and he took a piece of it and made it into a cricket field. So, as you say, you never know who is watching.
Yeah.
You got a lot of scouts. So, these guys and these young guys, then again, they'll blame themselves when they're not being selected. But sometimes you gotta do the right thing.
Yeah, you have to be as, and this is why I'm saying, the coaches. Here is another wild slog there by this Jerron Jones there, and so I guess as it goes back to what you were saying there earlier, Dave, I guess the pressure is building up. They're not getting the singles, they're not getting the boundaries, and so now they're playing some rash strokes, trying to ease the pressure off of them.
I think that Jones had he was too far down the wicket, having been out of his crease by a long way.
Well, you can see it from here. He's actually out of his crease by about 2 feet. It looks like from here.
Correct.
Well, he seems to be intent on charging the bowler. He's always going down the wicket. He seems like he's probably the bowler was pulling the ball back a bit, and he wants to get more in line with it. But another over comes to an end. So this is over number 4. 4 overs completed, chasing 268 for victory. 25.
24.
24?
25.
25 for the loss of 2 wickets.
6 runs and over, John, and the desired rate would be just above 14 runs and over, and climbing.
Yeah, that was a photo of the guy I was telling you about.
Okay,
Has the feel
okay.
for himself, personal feel. And as a matter of fact, they have a Masters team. I see guys up there playing over 70 cricket. So
So we can put back Mark in his whites.
and Go is pretty young.
Oh my! To put Mark to bowl against them people, you're going to need a mobile hospital.
Mark, what is Cruyff insinuated about you there? You're not going to speak about our technician like that, sir?
No, but I'm speaking favorable. I'm saying that even with a dusted shoulder, that Mark will still be able to.
Oh, okay. Now I'm following you. Well, Igor now decides to go around the wicket, and he's allowed appeal. Is he bowling?
Yes, he has
Yes, he is York Kenrick Scott. So the ageless wonder, I think my colleagues have described, is wreaking havoc on the police team, getting the crucial wicket. If it's one person I think police was really banking on to give the innings some level of impetus, it would have been Kenrick Scott, but he has to go. So real good bowling by the deciding, and you have to give him credit again, Dave. He decided as a left-hander, I'm going around the wicket, and he was right on target.
Yeah, well, I think Igor knows his stuff. As they said, straight away went around the wicket. And he's actually bowled wicket to wicket and, kept the stumps in play.
25 for 3. Police stumbling. It's not going to be easy. I think that in all fairness to the policemen, I think that the LIBERTA Blackhawks was always in the driver's seat. Electing to bat, having won the toss, shows intent and confidence, and it looks as if they're going to get the desired result.
Yeah, the incoming batter.
That looks like Malik Gerald. Malik Gerald. He is also another happy cricketer. He's going to have a good swing. He's not one that's going to be nudging and looking for the quick singles. He's looking to cut the ball all over the park.
Well, I did tell my girlfriend to prepare dinner for me at 5 o'clock, and now it's 5 minutes to 5. So I'm still going to be late, John, which seems to always be the case.
Well, it's so far not looking good for the lawmen, but we know cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. Was that in the ear when it passed him?
Well, he's suggesting that. The reaction from Go suggesting that he might have missed it. Missed the catch there.
I would have been staying down. If I was in Go's shoes, I would have been staying down.
Well,
Go is a fighter.
Knowing Go, he's going to want to come and fight again. As you said, he's going to want to go bring it again. So, a mammoth score on the scorecard for those who may be joining us. 267 LIBERTA made. Short on that pulled away, but not with
That's gonna be
much
four.
time in. Is he going to
That's
make
gonna be
it?
four, of course.
Easily.
Okay.
Even with the gallant effort by Brent Joseph, that one was struck not firmly, but firm enough to result in a boundary, a well-needed boundary by the lawman. The score is now 29 for 3. Still in the 4th over.
Well, I was polishing the ball, boy. He's trying to get some swing out of that. Let's see. There's a loud appeal, and the umpire puts his hands up, and the batter is asking for the replay. But Mark, can we get the replay?
I don't know, Sophie, would that be adjacent? I think that ball could have been missing leg stump.
That was dead out.
Really?
Of course.
Without your glasses? I wouldn't.
I don't need glasses to say that.
Want to say,
That's
okay.
ridiculous.
Okay.
There was the batter, Malik Gerald, just swinging across the line there, and the ball hitting him, in the umpire's opinion, adjacent to the stump, and so the finger went up. He was definitely not pleased with the decision, but that is the way the game is played. The umpire has made his decision, and so another wicket goes. So the lawmen, they are crumbling one by one.
29 for 4. Still in the 4th over.
Mark, is it possible for us to get replays?
Not today.
Not today, okay.
That is in the works, Suppy. So your next appearance, which will be next year.
Yeah, but Mark keep telling me that every time I come.
Oh my. Okay.
No, we do have we do have the equipment, the parachute.
An extra person while I'm monitoring.
Right, we don't have the resources to engage it today.
We have. Who's this young batter?
And yet,
Scorer?
Damian Valentine. So complete opposite to the batter that just left, Malik Gerald. He is more of a nudger. He's going to be nudging it here, nudging it there. But Jaron Jones, he's still out there. He started the inning, so he has seen the capitulation on the other end.
And I can tell you, Suppy, if John tells you that replay is in the works, he is part owner. I don't know what the.
Wow, that was a close one again. I go going right in.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mark. But I did not say anything wrong because John is a part of ownership. So.
Well, John was the monitor last year when we did it.
Okay.
He was the operator at the time.
I have applied for some shares in the company, John.
Did you speak to the Ayatollah?
That would not be the person that I would. I will speak to Mark again, just as a reminder. Pitch stop.
One of the things I've seen Igor done subtly also is he has varied his pace from time to time, so keeping the batters a bit honest. And so another over is in the bag, over number 5. And after 5 overs in the bag, in pursuit of 268 for victory, 30 for 3. For 4, wow, sorry. I'm trying to help you, police, but it ain't working. 30 for 4.
3 overs on a trot for Gore.
He's a customer doing 4 in the Masters zone, so.
Yes. Well, that is admirable.
Well, he's down, but not down for the count yet.
Getting as much rest.
Well, and also with the success he's had, that will also give him some additional energy. This one is swung across the line, and it looks like it's gone into the boundary. Yes, umpire Calvin Thomas signaling 4 there. So Jaron Jones
Down to deep backward square.
letting them know he's still there. So making an adjustment. Brent Joseph now going back on the square leg boundary. Just drifting a bit backwards now.
Rather optimistic appeal by Dickie Bird. Ball coming off the pads down the leg side. Struck a little high on the thigh pad, going down to the slip area.
Just to remind our viewers, you're watching live Dave Joseph 30 over finals right here on the ACB Parish League network, and we're bringing you live coverage on that one. Where did that pass?
Down the leg side between the batsman and the stump.
So 4 byes there. The keeper again did not even react to that one. Probably thought it was going to cannon into the stump, and then recognizing, no, you got to go, but couldn't pull the trigger. So we're here live at the LIBERTA playfield, otherwise known as Ball Beef, and in the distinguished company of former Antigua, Leeward Islands, West Indies player Dave Suppy Joseph, and the senior commentator Hilary Cruyff Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, John. Thanks for the reminder. But I'm still a junior to Dave Suppy, the very, very man that this tournament has been named after. Glad to be in your company, Suppy Joseph, and your insights.
What you said, you're a junior?
I must say, well, not in age, but...
well, you're not a junior in no department at all.
Oh, well, thank you, Suppy. Coming from you, that is
Suppy.
That is indeed a compliment.
Suppy, Suppy, I don't know if we're going to bring you back here now, because you seem for just off a feather. Another, what was that? Is that a buys again? So... it is excellent for the police team because whatever is happening is decoying the keeper, and he's not even attempting to stop those balls.
He's an off-stump wicketkeeper.
Oh, okay.
No.
So, fellow commentator said he's an off-stump wicketkeeper. So if it's not on the off-stump,
you're gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, but if you watch Weaver, that's Elvis Weaver, right? Yeah, Weaver. He's bowling a tight line. He's bowling really. Well, that would be what, leg stump.
No, he gets the ball to swing into the right, and that's what's happening there. Wow.
Jones going down again, trying to get a swing in. And another misfield. Well, I think police deserves a little bit of those. They gave so many. I am sure if we had to do how many they would have given away, I'm sure they did over half century. And so another over is in the bag. So 6 overs completed. Remember, the target here is 268 for victory. And after 6 overs, the score goes to
44 for 4.
44 for 4. So the power play, umpire Bertel Baltimore signaling the power play. Suppy, just refresh me. You were part of the team, the Antigua team that went to the Commonwealth game?
Yeah, yes, I did. I actually captained that team.
Yeah.
That went to, what is it, Kuala Lumpur?
Kuala Lumpur, yeah. Well, I don't know if you can remember much. How was that experience? I know you probably spoke about it a million times before. How was that experience, really flying the flag of Antigua in that sort of jurisdiction?
Yeah, it was, quite an experience. The surfaces that we played on was one of note. We were playing on surfaces that were actually made up with glue being put on the surface to hold the soil together. It was different, yeah.
Glue?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think we did pretty well. I think our first game was against India. Yeah, and then we played against Australia too in that setup. But as we were talking earlier on about cricket and where we're planning to take cricket, cricket is actually coming into the Olympics soon. So what are we going to do? in terms of Antigua.
I think it would. It's actually
gonna-
going to be added for to the next Olympics.
Right, so Antigua have an opportunity to put players on show for the Olympics. So what are we going to do? Are we going to continue in the same mode? Are we
But I-
going to start preparing for it?
Have they discussed the format, Suppy? Is
Well,
it a qualifying?
I'm not sure yet, but it's there in the cards.
I did hear a discussion that there was a
That's a
question.
big shot.
Does it have the legs? That was perfectly struck straight like an arrow. And so Jerron Jones is keeping the fight alive for the police team. Yeah, but I was hearing there was a discussion whether, the West Indies would play as one, each team would play as one, island or nation would play as one. I remember hearing that sort of discussion when it first came up, but I haven't heard much about it recently as to where it will go.
Yeah, I don't think they should play under the same umbrella. I think each island should play just as though they have the athletes. So I
So
think
they-
that's what.
So they would compete among themselves.
Well, I think you probably have a like maybe, I don't know if it's like football, you have these different regions and the countries will compete. So let's
Yeah,
say the West
playoffs.
Indies, Americas will play, Antigua play against, and and then the top two or
Yeah, but
whatever.
whatever it is, it's an opportunity to put players on show. So I think we should be making preparations for it. And if I was like the Cricket Association, I'll be pushing for Antigua going it alone.
Well, there's an argument for that. I don't know wouldn't it be up to the West Indies Cricket Board, because if they opted to make an exception for Antigua, it would not be Antigua alone.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm speaking on behalf of Antigua. All the islands, I think they should play on their own. Whatever team you have, if it's going to have to be in a playoff basis or knockout basis before you get to that, the real level, let's do it.
So Montserrat and all the other teams should be.
If you have a team, go.
Yeah, but Clive, if we go back, okay, that's the end of over number 7.
Yes.
7 it is.
Going into the 8 over.
If you go back to the Stanford T20 format, it was every single country
Played on their own.
playing on their own, and we would have seen that I would say that was part of the foundation for the dominance of West Indies in the early part in terms of T20 style. But I think I agree with Dave. I would love to see Antigua really get a chance to fly their flag on every country. I think people play with a little more pride. They played a little more focus when you're representing that flag.
Well, the ICC is not a broke organization. I can tell you that there's limited resources available to the ICC. Now, there's going to be a question of...
Did I see something on social media the other day pumping some monies into West Indies cricket?
ICC?
Yeah, I thought I saw something like that.
Not certain.
Well, it would be good for the ICC to recognize that Test cricket, even as poorly as we have done recently, that Test cricket is going to be better off.
Well fielded by the old Goa.
Yes, sacrificing somebody there.
Yeah, well fielded.
Yes, Sapi. Even with the I don't know that the money is going to be used seriously to develop West Indies cricket. But I think that the ICC recognizes the importance of West Indies cricket to the overall
So do
scheme
you think
of things.
do you think they're gonna just put their monies down on the table? They're gonna have
The
somebody.
ICC?
They're gonna have somebody managing it.
They're going to. It's going to come with some demands, I would imagine.
All right, so
Because no institution, even with FIFA, there are ground rules and mechanisms in place to make sure that the money,
it's spent
Antigua,
properly.
right,
Yeah.
Antigua may be an exception to that rule again, but the ICC is not a broke organization, as Dickie Lake continues, struck nicely through cover
Dickie
for
Bird.
4. Dickie Bird, I'm sorry. Struck nicely by Jones for another boundary as police lumbers along 58 for 4, and this the 8 over. But there will be discussions, as to the format that will be used to have teams qualify for the Olympics. I think that the Olympic Association will definitely give some guidelines as to how teams are going to qualify for the tournament.
What I'll tell you though, Clive, cricket has been, it has been played, it is been played all over the world now.
Globalized, yes, definitely.
Yeah, it's not just a few nations now playing cricket. It's been a very widespread right now in terms of cricket going out. You know, I think the Chinese actually backing themselves. They're working on a lot of things. You know,
And there will not be a shortage of money, Soppy.
yeah, well, you know these guys, when they go into things, they're going to do it, you know, for the real long haul.
Correct. And that's one thing that you must admire about the Chinese, that they most nations export products. The Chinese export their culture, and that culture is built on sustainability and expansion. So you should have no doubt that they have a 20-year plan in place.
Weaver going nice and full, and that's just pushed down by Barnard, and so a single. So guys, the game just really meandering, not really any serious threat to the Liberta's total, and so I would think these two batsmen will just want to ensure that the Liberta men stay in the field as long as they did, and just bat and bat as long as they can, while Liberta definitely will be trying to make some more inroads. So there's a new bowler who will be coming from the pavilion end. I'm trying to make him out.
Who's the new bowler?
Looks like another spin bowler. So Visual Gobin, wow.
That sounds
Yeah,
that sounds Trinidadian. That sounds
Yeah.
Indian. Okay.
yeah.
Guyanese.
Visual Gobin, yeah, he's been around and around and around.
Driven firmly down to straightish mid-off. An anti-climax of a sort, because there's absolutely no chance that the Liberta Blackhawks will lose this game.
So opening the face is Jerron Jones. I remember a couple of years back, Jerron Jones had some very good scores for the police team. Was very an important piece of the plug at the top of the order for police team. Probably fallen off in the last maybe the year or so, but he definitely in the a couple of years back was one of the mainstays of their innings. But quite we're noticing something here coming bowling from this pavilion end. There's a soft spot. We've seen a couple, as we say in local parlance, Grongul, there. So
Couple of deliveries keeping low.
yeah, actually, some of them actually even running on the turf.
Finding that dry spot, I would imagine.
This one is clipped into the onside, and so they ran the first one slow initially, then decided to pick it up, and then decided against attempting for the second run. Sprinkle of spectators around the ground. Not, I won't say too much. It's good to see the community come out and give their home team some support. That one is swept into the onside for a single. And so over number 9, 34?
64.
64. Oh, wow, I missed the 50. 64 without for 4.
I don't think, to be honest, John, that the policemen were going to offer any kind of challenge to that mammoth total by the LIBERTA Blackhawks.
I myself, I didn't. My question at the start of the innings, I thought they would have made a bigger attempt. I just don't know if they could have sustained it there. But a lot of the players the batters who they would be dependent on to kind of give the innings an impetus. The Marcelin, the Gerald, the Kenrick Scott, they all got out cheaply. And so that would be, oh, that's lovely, good run in there. And another misfield by the keeper. But the batter's not in any position to take advantage of that. So, Cruyff, I honestly didn't expect them to make the score, but I thought I would have seen a little effort at it.
A little bit of charge.
Yes. And I don't know if they could have sustained it, I didn't, but at least. It didn't work that way. Cricket is a funny game, and it didn't work that way. That one just coming for inside part of the bat, going down to the onside, and another single.
Quicker delivery by Kadeem Phillip. Play it back along the pitch.
Kadeem also has been around for quite a bit now. It's been,
and he's not that old. I don't think that Kadeem is.
This one is driven with some power. Does it have the leg to beat the man there? No, he's coming across nicely in the cover region, and so getting one more run to the scorecard.
I don't think that Kadeem is older than the high 30s, maybe pushing 40. He played a lot of cricket. And that is often mistaken in terms of trying to assess one's age. Cut down to backward point, well fielded, no run. The end of the 9th over, huh? The 10th over.
Yeah. 68 for 4. So Cruyff another 200 runs.
Oh boy!
From 20 overs.
This is when you take no joy in announcing what the scoring rate is up to 18 and over, which seems to be an impossibility.
Cruyff, definitely you're going to be having dinner late. Dinner will be.
Yes, I'm so disappointed because the policeman, the scorer, is not going to agree with me. Driven down to cover. As we welcome back Dave Suppy Joseph.
Well, Jaron Jones, he's staying there. He started the innings and looking a bit decent, playing some nice drives along the way, defending when he has to. Has an itch to come down the wicket, but so far he has been able to survive.
I think that the lawmen are now playing for pride. Driven down to cover. Misfielded on the first attempt. recovering nicely. Only a single.
But I think, guys, and you guys can expound on this. As a batter in this sort of situation, I think you get into a mode where you tell yourself,
Lovely shot.
"Oh, that's beautiful." So, Jaron Jones showing some class. As I said earlier, just about 2 years ago, he was really like the backbone of the police batting team, and he's showing that fever there for batting and crunching that for another boundary.
Yeah, that was a shot of class. He's showing that he has some sort of metal. And he just need to continue to, stand up and bat. As I said, it's going worldwide. You never know who might be looking, who might be watching. That's good cricket. Taking a single after getting a boundary.
75 for 4 after 10. In pursuit of the mammoth total of 267.
And Barnard goes out of his character and launches that
For the
for
maximum.
the maximum. So Barnard going aerial route this time and getting the maximum. So good little consolidating partnership by these two. And so this will give police at least some bit of pride in the game.
Yeah, just to talk about what you were speaking about earlier on, John. Cricket is going worldwide. I see Dallas Thomas here watching from Australia.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Dallas is always
Watching, so
watching us. Yes. Good evening, Dallas.
yeah, he might very well be Dallas and his teammates up there watching. So, as I said, these guys need to play proper cricket and keep doing the right things, especially once the camera's on them.
And Dallas has turned into an excellent coach, John, from,
Yes, yes.
from all reports.
Hey, where is it? Dallas was in what? Australia? He was in Australia, right?
Yes,
Australia.
he's still in
Yeah,
Australia.
yeah.
Hi to you, Dallas. You probably don't remember me. I was very, very severe on you. But John Archibald is in constant contact with Ian Go, has been charged with the responsibility of covering almost an acre from the square leg position as he he walks gingerly back to. I would not want to be in his position because all the way from square leg to fine leg.
I think they were trying to hide him, but
Right.
it's not. They said the ball
Yeah.
follows you.
I have to laugh when you say hide him. John, I remember we playing Leeward Islands tournament. Shot. I think we were in Anguilla, Webster Park, and Lanville Harrigan came out. So, I always like to tease him. So,
One down the leg side. That's gonna amber through for 2 buys.
Buys.
Signal by the umpire. Go
So,
ahead, Subby.
John,
Finish
you
your thought.
you being a church man, I'm sure you're pretty,
Which
acquainted with this song. There is no hiding place out
Yes,
here.
yes.
So whenever Lanville Harrigan walks into battle, I'll start to sing that song. And that will get him real upset. And eventually he just give his wicket away.
Yeah, get under his skin there.
Yeah, get on his skin.
So you just mentioned we need to expand on this, Subby.
What's that?
That John is a church guy.
Yeah, I think John
Which church you care to?
Not sure.
There's Zion Church of God on North Street.
Oh my God.
Pastor Davis is my pastor, and there's a church that I grew up in as a young man, still attend. So that's
Is
my
that
church.
is that the Zion Church west of the Labour Party?
Yes, 18LU, right there. Pastor Monroe Spencer, he was that's the pastor that I met there as a young boy, and now we have Pastor Davis as our pastor.
And you were never called into preaching, John?
Dave, one of the things I wanted to ask you is you spoke about, talking about Landville Harrogate. How much did you guys, we call it trash talking, banter, on this field? I mean, there's been a lot of talk. Sometimes people say the Australians are nasty and all of this. Another ball going through. Did he get an edge here? Let's see what the umpire signals. The keeper putting his hand up. He's saying, wow, all these close calls. Let's see what umpire Baltimore does. He doesn't. Okay, buys again. So they're racking up against the keeper. Not looking good. Yes, Suppy. How was bantering and cross talking on the field? How much was that really
Yeah, well,
utilized?
that was a big part of the game in the era that I came up in. Especially when we played for Antigua. These guys, we had loads of fast bowlers, and these guys will be chirping. You could look into the batter's eyes and see fear in their eyes when they're batting. You have a man at short leg, a man at city point, and you have 3-4 guys in the slip, talking to you. So, that's when I said to you, I got to Landville, just to let him know that there's
no hiding place.
There's no hiding place out here.
When the scrum does he have the legs to go into the boundary?
Well fielded
there.
by Brent. Using his feet, good football.
Good stop by
Skills,
Brent
yeah.
Joseph down there on the cover boundary.
Yeah,
Effecting
so-
a stop with his right foot.
Yeah, John, so that was a big part of our game,
But it
Trash-
should be
trash
noted,
talk.
it must be noted, Suppy, in those days it was called sledging.
Yeah, shot.
That is almost a part of the game today.
Yeah, but as you say, sledging, when you start to sledge people, you got to be able to take it when you get out there,
Yes.
Make sure your skills that you have can, back you up and
Back you
defend
up,
what
yes,
you're
yes,
doing.
yes, yes. He can't be giving
So-
talk and can't go there and back it up.
Yeah, but even when we played for Leewards, it's a big shot
That's short and that is
in the gap.
drop
Well played.
short. And so single. Masapi, you as a batter, how did you handle it when you were on the receiving end of it? How did you handle that?
That's what I'm saying. You got to keep your composure and make sure your skills speak for you. As I'll tell you when after this delivery.
One played down to backward of square. We'll get 2 easily as Weaver comes from the square leg position.
Yes, I'll tell you, John, when I played the couple of test matches against the Australians, that was real sledging out there. The guys never stopped coming at you, McGrath kept coming at you, saying something to you. So, as I say, you just got to make sure your skills can,
Can speak for you.
speak for you in that situation. You can't go trying to go at them with sledging. That's what they want. They want to get you off track. So you'd have to stand up and make the bat talk for you.
And I've heard in some circles, Suppy, that some of the sledging would include your mother and your father, and
Yeah,
got
it's,
real nasty.
yeah, it's nasty, Different cultures take things differently. So when you want to sledge somebody about their mother, it's going to be something different for us in the Caribbean.
Right.
So it brings a different feeling to you. So
I think that the great Sir Vivian Richards would answer with his onslaught.
yeah, and so with the bat, that's what you do. Well, when Margaret was sledging at me, I was just there thinking in my mind and saying to myself in my mind, well, just bowl the ball in my area and you'll see what happens. Yeah? And whenever he did that, I unleashed, that bat that I had, full swing.
And that would infuriate any bowler, any bowler to see that,
Yeah, but even spinners too. I remember the great, late great Shane Warne. He would have a lot of stuff to say to you too when he's bowling to you.
Yeah, he was famous. He
because
was famous for that.
Yeah, he keeps talking to you, So again, whenever you get that opportunity to let your bat talk, you'll have to do that to let him know that, you're pretty competent with your bat. Yeah, but all in all, I enjoy sledging, you know. Sometimes that brings the best out of some players. You got to be careful how you sledge. You've seen several.
This one
Ooh.
is the chance for catch, and he dropped it there. Coming right into it. Who's that fieldsman there? Can make him out from this
Is that
distance.
Charles?
Easiest of catches.
Yeah, Charles, I think, yeah.
I should have.
Good height.
No, but he was on the move. He never settled. That's the problem. Yeah, he's running into the ball coming
The
hard
ball
to
is
you.
coming hard at him, yeah.
Yeah.
So two forces
Yeah,
colliding.
they got to a place where he got settled and then take the catch.
Okay, we're getting a little correction. I keep saying Barnard is batting, but it's actually Valentine, Damien Valentine, that is batting. So my apologies to our viewers. So right now on strike, that's Damien Valentine, and that one is scrunched back. And Jones had to do some acrobatics to get out of the way there. That passed under his armpit, right on his chin there. Thanks a lot, Duran Benter. So this is our satellite commentator in Duran Benter.
Another player of note that I haven't seen too much of lately is Spencer, the left arm.
Is that Javier? Is it Javier?
Javier, yes.
That one
That
is.
one struck down to the cow corner for a boundary.
Yeah, as we've been saying, you know, fellow commentators, these batters need to bat. Whenever you come up against Liberta or your next time, they'll always remember the innings you play against them. I think we said it's Young Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's batting pretty well. So he needs to just keep batting and send a proper message to the Liberta, you know, team. So whenever he meets them again, they'll remember that and be a little bit fearful.
Even in a losing effort, the score is now 98 for 4 from 15.
98 for 4. But this is a good partnership, though. We got to give Police the bat. They could have rolled over and just said, hey, take the game, that's it. We can't go through this anymore. But both Valentine has shown some grit and some commitment.
And we have to remind you that this game is now a 25-over game. Because of the late start, it was a cutoff period of 4:15.
I think so many balls were dispatched and out of the ground. That's what took out the time, Craig.
Right, coupled with the late start,
Yeah,
yes.
quite a bit of balls were struck, you know, quite a way over the boundary. So,
So do you
at
think
some
it's time to blame Cornwall?
Not really.
Okay.
I think that was good batting on Cornwall's behalf. I think probably might want to blame the police bowlers. Not being able to keep the ball in the park.
There's enough blame to go around.
Yeah.
Short, struck down to. That's going to have the
Oh,
legs.
that's beautifully struck right in the gap there by Barnard. Is it a 50? Is it a 50? Okay, so 50 runs on the board for Jerron Jones, and really reclaiming some of his class that he has shown over the years, and really keeping the police innings together there. Soppy, wonderful, nice innings thus far.
Yeah, he has been batting pretty well, you know. Well done to him getting to that landmark half century. So as I said, he just needs to continue to bat and try to keep, get a good score for his personal, name. Shot.
Well, this is the point I was going to raise. In situations like these, as a batter, I think generally you tell yourself, "Hey, this is my innings now." Sometimes not that you forget the team, but you put the team in the background and you say, "This is all about. This is my innings now. I'm batting for me."
Well, if you're batting and you're batting properly, you just might suddenly find yourself closer to the total, and then you can probably do something different.
106. Now 107 for 4 from 14. Still in the 14th over.
Yeah, so back on the sledging stuff again, John. I think I've watched a couple of interviews that the Australian teams would have played against Brian Lara Shot.
This one is hit with some authority.
Well caught.
He's caught. So he picked the man out there. He did hit it good, but he picked the man out on the mid-wicket boundary there. And so
Is that Christian on the boundary there?
the good innings of
Jones.
the good innings of Jones comes to an end, and good innings by the young man there, really put in his Antigua team, his police team together. I'll tell you where I get Antigua from. The Ayatollah, the owner just sent me a note, says Dallas is home vacationing in Antigua, so he's not in Australia. So Dallas, good to have you home on the soil. Oh no, Dallas in a convocation. Dallas is come for carnival. You try to fool out, you can jump up. Quite if you can play t-shirt, boss.
I don't know that correction should have come from Daddy Arnell.
When you talk to Teddy, Teddy listen to Cruyff.
Anybody else? A good innings comes to an end as Jones out for 53, 54.
Yeah, I think Jones played well, but this is what we need to see. You know, gentlemen, when you get to that 50 or that landmark, you need to carry on and go bigger.
Correct.
Yeah, as I say, even not for your team, even this situation, for your personal, goals.
111 for 5 out of 15. So LIBERTA is well on their way to capturing another title. Would be the second. They have fallen short for the most part, John, in the limited over
Previous
version,
competitions, yes.
in the first class competition, but seems to be still dominant in the parish league tournaments.
Well, they got a little run for their money in the parish league also, but they have managed to cop a bit of hardware. New Winthrops have shown some muscle in the first class arena, and I know a lot of people have credited the presence of Azari Joseph in that team, making the big difference. So,
and let us go back as Kadeem Phillip, that one well fighted, seemed to have been deceived in the flight. Good delivery. Alzari's absence, I'm going to tell you why after this delivery, why I would question his exclusion, driven uppishly into the cover region.
they're looking for two, and Valentine is coming, and so is the new batter there in Shadrach Jr.
Yes, John and Suppi. I think that Alzari's re-entrance into the West Indies team, I have not seen him bowl as good. And I'm talking about, we know that he's going to be a little too expensive in the shorter version. But in a test that I've seen him bowl, he seemed to have been much better than he was in 4 series before the last one. And I cannot see you having signaled to the world that you are back after 3 test matches, not a 5, because West Indies is never ever going to play another 5 test match series. That is not going to happen.
That's another boundary there, Clive. Valentine continues his merry way. Sure, he's probably in the mid-30s now. Yeah, continue, Clive, with your...
117 from 15 for 5. Yes, I'm saying that I cannot see, unless for sake of an injury or a late injury that is going straight down the throat and easily taken. So the police is now 117 for 6. So I might be home. I hope that my lady is watching or listening, I should be home for 7 o'clock, dinner time. Yes, John and Sapi. To have signaled that he's back, because I watched a couple of the games and he seemed to have found a rhythm, pace, and with a good line to opt to be not up for selection after a 3-match, having come back after a lengthy layoff. I'm going to question that. And if that is due to arrogance, I am totally disappointed. I wait for your comment, Sapi and John.
Yeah, well, from where we sit here, Cruyff, we don't know all the facts, why he's
Correct.
opted out or being left out, whichever one it may be. But I'm just hoping that it's nothing that will, cause him to be out for a long while. As I said, when he came back, he looked pretty organized. I watched him a couple of times, practicing down at the recreation grounds while the regional tournament was going on, and he looked pretty, pretty
fit and
ready, and firm in terms of his lines and his length that he was hitting. I watched him a couple of mornings. Again, in the nets is something different than when you're in games. I even watched him in the test matches, but I thought he was a bit too short in test matches on the shorter side in terms of his length. So,
well, the article, not cutting you, Soppy, the article did say personal reasons, so that is very wide. Don't know why. That is a wide conundrum there, but
yeah, well, let's hope it's not nothing too serious, and he gets back out on the field, in short order.
So the new batters, so two relatively new batters at the crease now, and I would say very experienced, but let's get back to that in a bit. The end of over number 17, I think it is, 17 in the bag, and the score at the end of 17, pursuing 268 for victory,
117 for 6.
117 for 6.
So at the crease, you've got Shadrach and Cornelius.
I think two of the more senior players on this police team.
But in deference to what you said, John and Suppy, I would think that having found the rhythm, I'm talking about as a cricketer, knowing the game as well as I think that I do, I am going to question that, because like I said, you have 2 test matches. I don't know what is on the horizon for the next 6 months. But certainly, if you have a short series, if there's not going to be one-day internationals or T20s between the West Indies and Pakistan, I'm saying that the short series, and I would have found my rhythm, I'm saying that there would be even more reason to want to play.
Yeah, but Clive, we have to give the benefit here, because it says personal. I myself don't know what exactly he could. Another wide ball there by the bowler. So I would suggest let's just leave that one until we can get more information on that. I want to believe Azari would have a good team around him that would be able to guide him. So as Cornelius punches this one out to the offside and getting a single.
Yeah, John, I also think Azari would want to play. And as Clive rightfully said, if he has found that groove and that rhythm, he would want to play, but it has to be something that's keeping him out. So as you rightfully said, let's leave it until we can get, the facts about it, why he's, opted out or being left out, whatever it is.
The language was he was unavailable due to personal reasons. That one, did it come off the bat or the thigh pad is running down slowly? It stops. I'll wait for the umpire to signal. Is Cornelius always looking
Leg by signal.
leg by signal. Clive, I think your description of the keeper is very adept. It's an offside keeper. Anything down the leg side.
Yes, yes, yes.
He's not even making an attempt.
His left foot is in line with the off stump, and anything outside.
Oh, that's a chance, and he's dropped it. Coming off of the outside half, and Polo just kind of, I would say, laying down on it. I wouldn't say he dived. Probably came off a bit quicker than he would have anticipated. And so that brings the end of the over. So 18 overs completed in pursuit of 268 for victory. The lawmen are 17?
123 for 6.
123 for 6. So correction,
from
17
yes.
overs.
Going into the 18th over. Yes, John, and who was the replacement? You did say something about some debutant, Bishop.
Yeah, Joshua Bishop but he's a spin bowler, so I think they have him listed as a spin bowler, and the batter is Kirk McKenzie. So it'll be interesting to see. I want to believe with Chandapal in the lineup, I think he would get the nod to play, but I think McKenzie normally bats at 3 or 4. So I think they'll go with the fast bowlers. Obviously, Jaden Seals, Shamar Joseph, Kimar Roach, and maybe Bishop might get his
First cap.
His first cap. We don't know. And they're playing with Trinidad.
So who's in terms of the batting depth?
It's still around the same. Kavim Hodge. I have a little question mark around him.
I was supposed. It's interesting that you come up with that name. Soppy, when you played, you think that anybody would have been able to bowl you 10 deliveries without you scoring 1?
Yeah, it might have been, but again, you can't. Every player, their abilities are different, so you can't really judge me and put me in terms of him. And some batters don't really look to score, which adds pressure to you. Based on what I've seen on him, he's not looking to score. You have to look to score. You understand?
139 deliveries, 40 runs.
Otherwise than that.
Is that acceptable, Soppy?
Yeah, well, I think he should look to rotate the strike a bit more. You understand? And as I say, I don't know how they practice, what they do when they get into the nets, but you should be looking to at least get singles off the balls that are bowled at you.
Is this when you question a person's role? Because I don't understand it. I'm trying to be reasonable, and I'm trying to give people the benefit of the doubt. But how could you sit at the crease and face 140 balls, 140 deliveries, and you come up with 40 runs? I don't have no place for you in the team. You're lucky, lady. You're lucky. Yeah. I have no place in the team.
Yeah, it's a bit, in terms of, dot balls, it's a bit too much, but I guess the makeup of the team and what they're looking for, I don't know, so it's going to be up to the coaches.
Yeah, but gentlemen, I think I won't say in fairness, but in defense maybe to Kavim, I think he's under pressure for his place, so as Dave said, he wasn't playing to score, he was playing not to out. And
so let me challenge you, John. If you're playing to impress me, the coach, selector, audience, if you're auditioning for a place in my team, how do you think that you batting 140 deliveries and scoring 40 is going to impress me? Huh?
Well, quite in all fairness to the young man or the gentleman, I don't think he intended to make 40. He just decided he wanted to bat. Unfortunately, and we all know in cricket, if the strategy works, you're a genius. If it doesn't work, you could have done better. If a man stays there and bat 200 deliveries or 300 deliveries and he makes that 100, It looks like he's been successful. The man who stays there and make the 300 balls or the 200 balls and only make 50, he wasted their time.
John, we're looking at the totality of the circumstance.
Yeah,
Not to out.
yeah, but Clive,
So
you
he was told not to out, and he out, and he never played for West Indies again.
Huh?
Clive, you have to look at the context of
Look at
the context of the West Indies team too. You have to understand the West Indies team. Everybody in the team is basically playing for survival now. There's a survival mode now.
John,
So people
Yeah.
answer that.
you're batting at number 4, correct? At number 4. At number 4.
That was his role, Clive.
Clive.
So he says every player has a role.
But Clive, you look
His role was not to out.
allowed appeal, but not giving
That
out.
was his role, Clive, not to out.
But Clive, look at the West Indies team.
Noticeably, Cornwall, the wicket
Keeper,
keeper,
yeah,
the
yeah.
offside wicket keeper is off the field.
So he's staying off. He's offside and then staying off. No, but Clive, I think one of the things you have to this one is maybe hitting the back of the bat there, loose delivery. West Indies is one of the few teams who really have that test batter that can go out and just change the context of the game. Most of our players, beside maybe Shai Hope, there's nobody in our team, as far as I see, that can really go and dictate. Normally in the past, a number 3 batsman is the man who goes and stamp that level of authority.
So what do you do as a player when you see Sheho bat and you go into the nets? What do you do when you watch him bat?
You try to. I say, what do you do if you're watching him bat in the nets?
No, well, you as a teammate,
Uh-huh.
you see the way he's getting away the ball, so you have got to try to emulate.
Emulate,
in
yes,
some way.
yes. That's
You
what
understand? But these guys are not showing no intent. So it tells me that whatever they're doing, they think that whatever they're doing is good enough. So that's why I'll go for the under 19 players, and I'll take my 100 and odd balls and take my 40 runs from a young player that's under 19 or 19 years old, and hope that he'll improve and come better.
But I'm going to piggyback on Mark as with Cruyff. Maybe that is the instruction he got from the coach.
You heard me say, John.
No. Mark said that was
Mark.
his role. Mark, that
Okay.
was his role.
Okay.
So I
thought you said Cruyff. Okay.
No. I
Let
said
me tell you something, John. If that's your role for that day in particular, we should see at some point your natural instincts click in. That never happened. So something is wrong. You understand what I'm saying to you? So you should say, okay, you try to drive through the covers, you drive a few bars and say, okay, remember the coach didn't tell me, ask me to that, so let me pull myself back. No, he's just, Some
At
of these
the end,
guys
at
need a
the
lot
end of
work.
19, Suppy, it's 132 for 6 in response to the mammoth total from the LIBERTA Blackhawks of 267. The game is at a lull as Brent Joseph replaces Kadeem Phillip from the road end or from the village end.
Cruyff, if you can, I'm going to give you a chance. Give me this one is hit with some level of power. Does it have the, yes, finds the gap. So 4 runs to Shadrach. I'm giving you the West Indies team. Give me your 11 for tomorrow.
136 for 6. Yes. John.
Chase, Warwican, Bishop, Shandapal, De Silva, Shamar Joseph, Django, Hope, Hodge, Graves, King, Mackenzie, Paul, Kemar Roach, and Jaden Seals.
My 11, I could tell you, John, that what I would do with an 11 like that, I would put the names into a bag and I would pick them out, and whoever the 11.
Another boundary again. So police still in it, still showing we're not rolling over. Shadrach having a little enjoyable time at this moment.
140 for 6.
With 5 overs to go.
This one is hit again, and this is another one, another boundary again. So a hat trick of boundaries for Shadrach Jr. So giving back some stick as he got.
Yes, throwing caution to the wind. Yes, John, it has become such and I can't describe West Indies cricket in any positive terms. And instead of using a derogatory term, I'm going to choose to be.
This one is hit. This one looks bigger. Is it clearing the rope? Yes, it does. So 4 consecutive deliveries getting the treatment. This one finally getting the maximum. So
If I had to select a team from what I was presented with, I'm saying to you that no player in the West Indies setup now, even with Shy-Ho, because if you have 9 inches, John, you have 9 inches between the off stump and the leg stump to defend. You have 2 pads and you have 1 bat. May say you're not supposed to get your stumps disturbed 1 out of 3 times. And I had the utmost confidence in Shai-Ho. But the last 3 or 4 times that his stumps have been knocked out of the ground, no credible, no first-class batsman should not be able to defend 9 inches. 9 inches. And you have a bat and you have 2 pads. That is not supposed to happen.
another over is in the bag there. And so that's over number 20 completed. Or 19? 20?
20 years.
And then, the score is
151.
151 for
6.
6. Sapi, I'm going to let you come in there. You're a first-class batsman. What you say there?
Makes sense.
Logical?
Yeah, that's perfectly right. When I was growing up, Daddy always used to tell us, good batsmen don't get bowled on pretty often. So you got to be able to defend that 9 inches. And if you can do that, then you can start to pivot away from that.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the shots you play now as a batter will determine the next ball that the bowler will want to bowl at you. And Mark will know that being a bowler. So sometimes the way you look, the way you set up yourself in the crease will determine what the bowler
Does Ariel does he have a leg to carry? No, just one bounce to the man on the long off boundary. So
That is very true.
Yeah, so some of these batters need to know that. You can't just prepare to go in and just looking to say, well, I'm not gonna get out, I'm gonna stay here like young Shandapal and Kevin Hodge.
Get together, what happens?
Yeah, so as you're saying, you're trying to select a team, so what are you gonna do? You're gonna get 15 from Kevin Hodge and what? 9 from Shandapal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 200 balls.
I prefer to go with young players and let me lose with the younger players. Even for Antigua, I've been saying the same thing to them.
Cornelius gets into the act now, cracking that one behind the square and getting 4 runs. So Police having a little happy hour now.
Still woefully short, 110 runs away from the total, and if there was a miracle, I've been corrected by one of the scorers, 111 runs from the next 4 or 5 overs. Yes, John. It's just you look at the way conventional cricket is being played, and with the current West Indies setup, there's no light at the end of the tunnel. You cannot say, looking into the future, even without a crystal ball, that there's any light at the end of the tunnel, because the selection process does not lend to anything that will come close to success. We can do better. We have a better team out there that can at least be more competitive than what they've put in front of us again.
Yeah, what you do know, Clive, is as once you get younger players in, they're going to be more hungry for the game. You understand? So keep recycling and recycling players. No, I don't think that's on the cards.
Does not make any sense. The Silva would have done 10, 15 tours. Has he said to the cricketing world that he belongs? And if he hasn't, in the 10 years that he has played, where are we going again? Can we do any worse with a younger player?
I think what's happening to gentlemen is that the yardstick that we're using to measure these players is a stick that's actually, the yards are actually shorter than those of the other teams that Australia and England and India and so on are using. So there lies our problems. So that stick that we're using to measure the quality of our players, no, that needs to be looked at.
Are we using a metric system? Because like I said, if I had to use basic common sense as I look at the configuration of the team, I'm saying that the Silva partner, you have done your time. So you go sit down. You've proven that you cannot rise to the level or rise to the occasion when it comes to Test cricket. So go home. I don't think that the West Indies cricket has a pension. But go home and be a security guard if that is what your skill determines. Go home. One of the things that I've always said about Wrigley Jacobs did not have an opportunity to be great.
Another boundary by the batsman there, Shadrach.
Thank you, John. Wrigley Jacobs, when he entered Test cricket at 31, unless he was going to set Test cricket on fire, because we knew that the lifespan of Wrigley Jacobs was only going to be 4 or 5 years the most. So he did not have an opportunity, to his credit, to be great. Would he have had an opportunity to be great had he entered Test cricket 5 years before? Yes, we can make that argument. But today, why is this Silva at 33, 34 coming back into West Indies? Tell me, where's the common sense?
Experience.
Another over in the bag.
Experience.
And so I think we've completed 21 overs, 22 overs, and in pursuit of 268 for the Dave Joseph 30-over championship. The police team,
three more overs to get 104.
Wow. So do the maths, guys. But Dallas is saying that's how the Australians sledge. Well, yeah, we know they're very cannish. And Dallas, unpopular opinions. I don't know who that is. They say you come for jump up for Carnival.
Unfortunately, John, tell Dallas, I know that I treated him badly on the field of play. I'm going to apologize now. Tell him that Hillary, better known as Cruyff, I know that I was one of his nemesis. But I'm going to apologize now, and I have to take leave because I've been instructed by the owner that I've got to go make my way down to the field to do a couple of interviews. So, Suppy, I am honored that I was in the company of royalty, and my junior commentator, he did a credible job today, so I must congratulate them. So to the viewing audience and the listening audience, I want to thank you for tolerating me for the past, 4 or 5 hours. And to our able scorers, the lady who is blonde but black, and to the able police scorer, and to you, my friend, as you devour the potato chips. I wish you all the best for the rest of the evening as I say goodbye. Thanks again, Soppy and John.
Yeah, nice.
All right, all the best,
Commentating
Clive.
alongside you, Clive.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure. Of course, yeah. No, I don't know. I always look up to you and look for your comments.
Something make it check you out now. Me feel you just come and butter up Clive. You just come and butter up Clive for this whole commentary straight.
He has been one of my idols when I was coming up. Yeah. And he played good football too, no, John?
Okay.
Has promised to be a staple in the Parish League.
All right, so Kadeem Phillip is on the
By the bench.
ball now, and so a single. Was it single or they didn't run? Did they run a while ago? No, they did
No, I
not
don't know
run.
so.
This one is throwing the bat at it, and again, no run. Kadeem bowling action is quite amazing. He just looks like he's taking a step and just walking, no running, just walking into it. So another over completed, so 23 overs in the bag. So Dave, we can basically, which I think we knew from the start of the innings, it was going to be an uphill task.
Yeah, uphill task for the policemen.
The lawmen, and it has proven such. They had a little glimmer of should I say, promise with Duran Jones and Valentine batting there for a bit. Duran Jones get into his half century, so that's a bright spot, at least, that they could take away from this game. But I think we have to admit it has been all Liberta.
Yeah, it's been all Liberta from the start of the game. They started pretty well, and now they, putting the icing on the cake in terms of finishing up in the field and bowling well.
Yes, most certainly, and I think from what we've seen, there's no doubt that they would deserve to carry your honor, Dave, as the champions. I think we're jumping ahead of ourselves, but that is the raw reality. This one is going high. Does it have the legs to go? No, it doesn't. He holds out to the man at a wide, long on position, and so Sadrak's little cameo has come to an end, and so another nail being driven into the coffin of the lawmen.
I'm in the company of President of the Liberta Blackhawks. I think that you're on the smiling end of this encounter. This is your second championship.
Third.
The third championship for the year in the Parish League. So you've swept
We won the Pickets, the new Winchop Sixes.
the new Winchop 60. Thanks for the reminder. How do you feel today, having fallen short at the first class level for the first couple of? Do you feel vindicated to be on the winning side today?
No, not at all. And I don't know if I would say that we fell short. In the two-day competition, we end up in the finals. It was a drawn game, and we lost the championship. And I believe it was, fair enough. That was the situation. Those were the rules. But we did well. We won, I think, 7 or 8 matches. And so, not winning the championship, yes, you would want to win. But I don't think that we held any animosity or we put our heads down. We were very proud of the performance. We were very proud of the guys. It's just one of those things when one of these days you just don't win a cup. I don't think I can point fingers or say that we were that disappointed.
But do you have any more room for any more trophies and look into the gap?
Well, I think that once they keep coming in, you would have to find room. You would have to put some addition on. I believe hopefully that we'll be putting up a media center down at the far end for sure. We don't know how long it's going to take. We have with some assistance from the churches, we have acquired a steel frame. So definitely that will be something that will be added to the facilities, and a few things we still are working on. So obviously there will be space.
So there's a whole lot more development when it comes to Barbie's this facility. There's a whole lot more development coming on stream.
Yeah, I think maybe.
Last over coming up, 170 for 7.
by the next cricket season, you guys will be on the other end in your own facilities. But we are working towards that. If it's not completed by then, it will be close to completion.
Congratulations again, Flipper Benjamin, on winning the Dave Joseph limited over, 30 over finals, being played here at this historic, iconic, and is becoming iconic stadium in Antigua.
A wicket
and Barbados.
goes down.
And for those persons, for those fans who are looking at the game and this facility and listening via whatever medium is available, I want to thank you for making this historic ground available for such an occasion.
Well, you know, Clive, the Cricket West Indies just completed yesterday the under 19 boys. The finals was played here between Barbados and Jamaica. And starting August the 8th will be the female version of the regional under 19s.
Wow.
I think on the August 8th and August the 9th there will be a double header here.
Okay.
And I think there will be a game on both days at Bethesda. And then after that, I think we'll have single matches here right down to the final. So some cricket is still there for those who want to come on and see some cricket this season.
Okay.
The Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars females will start here at Ballbeef on the 8th of August.
So you're saying that the under 19 finals, the men's finals, is going to be played here?
No, it was played here yesterday.
It was played here yesterday.
Yeah,
and
Barbados, I think, made 330 odd, and Bowl Jamaica went for just over 200.
Okay. Congratulations again to the Barbados team. And you would have met Sir Garfield Sobers at some point in your career. What words of comfort can you offer to the people in Barbados?
Well, you know, condolences. Basically, he was up there in age, he was 89. And we knew, you know, one day it was going to happen, but it is always sad.
Yes.
It's always a sad loss because he was someone who really and truly helped to propel West Indies cricket and help pave the way for us who came after. So I believe that his job here on earth is completed, but what we need to do and those coming up is to continue that legacy and make what he did years ago, you know, stand out.
Thanks again, Flipper Benjamin, and congratulations once again.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the president of the LIBERTA Sports Club, Kenneth Flipper Benjamin, former Antigua, Leeward Island, West Indies player. Dave, you'd have played with you'd have played with Kenneth on the Leeward Islands and team, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for Antigua and Leeward Islands.
Yes.
Excellent player, fast bowler, guy who knows his stuff, and he's very passionate about the cricket.
Yeah,
John, I can tell you that much.
Yes.
Yeah, he's always looking to improve somewhere. If it's not even with the cricketers, it's actually in his facility.
Yes.
And you heard him, you know, putting out some plans that he has for the ground coming up. Yeah, I actually wanted to ask him a question, you know, when is he looking forward to be hosting, you know, regional games?
Your name is Maslin. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Maslin.
Afternoon, sir.
You can look into the camera. Today you are on the losing end. Of course, the game has not come to an end yet, but you would have been absolutely disappointed in your performance because having seen you bat at the Rising Sun Cricket Ground on quite a few occasions, you must be very, very disappointed. It was a mammoth total installed by the LIBERTA Blackhawks, but how do you feel not having been able to contribute in the finals of the Dave Joseph 30 over limited competition?
I feel very upset about that because my confidence wasn't there like the last games, and
Speak up a little bit.
like my confidence wasn't there from the last games, and the break gave me a kind of offset in my innings.
Okay, so having gone through this disappointment, what should happen for Maslin, having been a prolific scorer for most of the season? What are some of the things that you would need to work on?
I plan to get back into the gym and just work on my technique a little more and the concentration.
Wonderful. Sorry about the results, and better luck next year.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So, Dave, we want to say congratulations to the LIBERTA Blackhawks, PIC LIBERTA Blackhawks, for having a comprehensive victory here. Just get the final score in a bit, but it was, Dave, it was a comprehensive performance by the LIBERTA team.
Yeah, I think the lawmen were blown away by the LIBERTA Blackhawks. You know, as you said, they took the game away from them from very early, and they never let up. They just kept the pressure on them, and you know, as you'd say, when you have a man down, keep your foot in his throat, which they did rightfully. So I think the total was, as you say, as Clive said, was a huge total, and was not going to be an easy feat to get, and it showed in the field when police had a chance to bat.
Okay. I think if we look at this game, two tails, police would rule some missed opportunities in the field, really sloppy fielding for most part of the innings. And so probably if they were able to be a little bit tight, I think they ended up scoring about a 170 something. Could have been a closer game, and then maybe that the scoreboard pressure would not have been on them from the start with a huge total.
Yeah, well, as you say, you know, the feeling is going to be important, and you know, you need to relish the opportunity when you get a chance to feel as young players. You know, the more balls you can stop, the more runs you can stop is going to be more important for you when you get a chance to bat. It's going to be difficult. Your confidence is going to be going down if you start misfeeling balls, dropping catches and that kind of stuff. So it's important for you to stay on top of situations and stay in the game.
All right, so we're going to go back down to Cruyff. He has, looks like, Kadeem Phillip in his presence.
Good afternoon, Kadeem. Come on this side. Good afternoon, Kadeem.
Good afternoon.
How you feeling?
Well, I'm pretty happy.
Pretty happy?
I'm overjoyed. These guys had a lot of talks. They were at the Thursday League game and they were saying, "Oh, it should be police. It should be police." We haven't won anything for the season, so it's nice whooping them.
So it was a grudge match?
No, that grudge for them.
Oh.
I think it was pretty easy for us.
All right, so you had some success at the end of the regular season. This is your third championship,
Correct.
including the six-a-side.
New Inchups, yeah.
So you have something to be proud of.
Yeah, very much so.
And I would imagine that you've got a platform that you can build on.
Yes, correct.
What can we look forward to next year?
Well, next year is a very, very long way. But in September, we start our preseason.
You don't have a watch. Go ahead.
In September, we start our preseason. As you can see, we have a bunch of youngsters here.
Okay.
Very bright and upbeat for the game, so we're going to put in some work. Next year should be much better.
Okay, and it's going to be an upgrade to the facility. So, I must say to you that I had no doubt that you were going to win the game today. So I was actually in your corner. And you continued to perform. Somebody asked me what your age was, and I said that it was that you were pushing 40.
Too numerous to mention.
What is your actual age?
I'll tell you in a different forum.
All right. Congratulations again, Kadeem.
Cheers.
And good luck going into next season.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. And that's goodbye from the network.
So Dave, if we just look back at this game quickly, we would have seen that I would believe Rakeem Cornwall would be high in contention for man of the match. A splendid innings of 107 runs there, quite a few boundaries. I felt he really paced his innings well, and you know, he really just took off there. So. Huh? You want the score? Okay. So just run through the scorecard quickly. So as we said, Liberta won the toss and they decided to bat. Teron Payne, he made 30. Wilton Cornwall, he gave the innings that early impetus. He was pretty attacking, Dave, and he set the pace for the innings there.
Yeah, I think he played well. You know, when the youngster got out, he picked up the task and started to smack the ball around, which I expected him to do from the onset. But he actually allowed the youngster to get started, and then when he got out, he then decided to take it up.
So he made 69, and then as we said earlier, Raheem Cornwall played a real, I would say, composed, a very matured inning, and really showed his class above the rest.
Yeah, these guys are, you know, experienced guys. They've played at the highest level, so you would expect that from them. You know, playing against police is going to be easy in terms of the bowlers to maneuver, work them around, and, you know, put up a good total. So Cornwall did just that, and he managed to get 100.
107.
In fine style.
Yeah. Brent Joseph came in, he added 21, and then the innings rounded off with Kadeem Phillip getting 3, and the ever young, I can't remember the exact phrase, my colleague Cry for the Views, hit a big 6, and then he was stumped for 6, that is Ian Gore. So they amassed 267 from 25 overs. The innings had to cut short because of the time. Bowling for the police team, Pereira, he had 3 overs, 2 wickets, and he conceded 20 runs, and there was a wicket apiece for Francis, Cornelius, and Bernard. So in pursuit, it was never going to be easy, Dave. Seeing 267 would never been an easy task to plan how you're going to overhaul that in 25 overs.
Yeah, it was always an uphill battle for the policemen. They did not come out and, you know, started properly, so it makes it even more difficult for them.
Yes, they could have had asked for the worst start. I think his second delivery, Malik Maselin, he went Igor again, getting into the game, getting that wicket. Then Shamar Pereira, he didn't last too long either. He made 7. And then we also had Kenrick Scott, who was comprehensively bowled by Gore again. So Gore really making some inroad. And Gore wasn't finished yet. He had Malik Gerald, LBW. So Dave, the veteran, the ever young.
Yeah, good to see the ever young. You know, Ian Gore getting amongst the wickets. You know, he actually stuck to his gun when Cruyff was thinking that he was out. He actually still continued and, you know, press on and press home.
Yeah, who it was now. So it was Jerron Jones who opened the innings. He had a lovely innings. He made 54 runs. He struggled at times, but he kept his composure. He kept his wicket, and so he was able to put a half century with a good partnership with Valentine there, who also contributed 32.
Yeah, I think as I was saying, the police batters, they just needed to bat, at least even that it's going to be in a losing cause. You'd at least have sent a message to the Liberta team, so whenever you come up against them, and the next time you'll have, you know, that sort of memory of you, that you would have been able to score some runs against them, so they'll have a look at you a little bit more seriously.
Vincent Chadwick Jr., the captain, he came in the bottom end. He had a nice little 30 runs there, and also James Cornelius, he had 18 there. But in the end, it just was not enough. It was just too much of a task. It's 171 for 8 from the 25. And the pick of the bowler, none other than the Gore, Mr. Ian, ever young Gore, 4 overs. It looks like 3 wickets and 27 runs conceded there. So again, Dave, we have to say hearty congratulations to the
well played to
Liberta team
in capturing the title for this year. And, you know, hope all goes well for them. As I said, they're going heading into preseason in September, so let's hope they have a good preseason and come back out. You know, they didn't win the first class competition this year in terms of the 2-day, but I think, as I said, they just fell short in terms of losing by first innings. So they wouldn't feel too badly about it, but I know they'll be looking to come back hard next year and to probably regain that title in terms of the first class division. And congrats again to them, winning the Dave Joseph, you know, limited overs competition here.
winning my competition. That's what you should say.
No.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it was really indeed a pleasure. The Antigua Parish League Network, we have been here for the 2026 season, and you know, we have a lot of people to say thanks, a lot of appreciation for persons who would have made this league, Dave, the Parish League, I think Taddy told us, going back maybe in the 45 years. So this is an institution. Parish League is an institution, you know, and so you yourself would have benefited quite significantly from the whole Parish League setup?
Yeah, he started in Parish League. I think I played my first game against, I think it was Potters, I think. And then after about 3 or 4 games, I got the opportunity to join combined schools, which Taddy was the coach there. And I went there and, worked on my craft and improved, and actually improved leaps and bounds, and actually went on to play at the highest level. So, it shows that once you put in hard work, and I'll say to most of the youngsters, you got to get out there and do the work, put in the work. Don't just sit on the sidelines and think that it's going to drop into your laps and that kind of stuff. You've got to really put in the work, do the training, and personal training and personal development is the good thing. Don't wait on the coaches to actually go out and come out there and say, do this, do that. You've got to, there's so much that you can get now. You can go online, you can Google, you can talk to the old players, keep picking their brains and that kind of stuff in terms of ideas and scenarios and situations, and improve on your game. What I find with the young players, they don't ask as much questions as they should. Unless you're not saying something to them, they're not saying nothing to you. You understand? So sometimes you need to know what's going on in their head so you can actually tell with their mindset what they're thinking and where they're heading, and then you can actually channel them along the right paths.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard that there from Dave Soppy Joseph. And so I could go call names, and when you start to call names and you miss people's name, you're going to call from your name. But we just really want to say thanks to everyone. I think we have to mention his name. I know he doesn't like the spotlight, but a lot of credit has to go to Taddy Arundel. He has stuck with it. He has persevered with it, and as you could see now, Dave, we have a network here that transcends all across the globe, and so you could stay from anywhere and still be kept up to date. And we not only do cricket in Parish League, any sport that is available. So I think the Ayatollah, as he's called, he has to be given quite a bit of credit for this production and where Parish League is.
Yeah, as I say, we need to give Taddy some credit. As I say, he has really stuck to it, and his good friend Mark, these guys really love it. And you have to appreciate these guys at the age that they're at, and they're still taking time out to come and make sure that it's been done and done properly and done in a proper manner. It's really exceptional. So as I said, kudos to Taddy and his team. Let's hope that we could get some young people in so could give Mark a break and that kind of stuff, Taddy a break, to do the work. I hope our good camera friend over here can, train a few guys.
Well, yes,
because we're going to need bodies.
That's the plan, Dave. That's the plan, as you just mentioned it.
And from what I've seen in the last under 19, we don't need to have guys coming in from overseas to stream games.
Yeah.
So we need to build, a unit that
Build capacity.
Capacity, and all people can get some jobs, that kind of stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, let's keep the funding that's here, rather than it's going out to Trinidad and Guyana and all these islands coming in and taking the funding.
But Mark, you've come on the air. Normally Mark doesn't really come much on the mic. But Mark, I personally, as I said, we have to really give credit where credit is due.
Sure.
Mark has really dedicated his time. Mark is a businessman. He has his stuff to do. But Mark is here every time, setting up, getting everything working. If there's a challenge, Mark goes and find out, get it solved. And so Mark, I think, on the whole Parish League family, we want to say a real appreciation for your effort and your commitment to this institution.
Yeah, thanks, John. And as Dave says, really, we are definitely looking to train some youngsters. I have implored that on our camera guy, who is a masterful camera guy, to at least get 1 or 2 other persons for next year, because we do have enough cameras. You have enough equipment. You asked about the replay. We have that. But we just don't have the personnel.
Not to cut you off, Mark.
Sure.
I think we need more than 2.
Well, that is just 2 cameramen to start with, plus 1, 3.
Right, but you need to get at least 6, because you're going to have situations where one guy might not be available.
Correct.
So you need to have people that you can call upon at any time.
Well, we're definitely going to do that. And also, but you see, Dave, once we have parish league meetings, we implore that on the parish league teams, in the parishes. Look, we're looking scorers. We're looking umpires. We're looking cameramen. We're looking studio men. We do put it out there, but for some reason, they're just not gravitating to it. Not sure what it is, but we're gonna really make a special effort next year to have a unit. And as you said, the Trinidad guys should not be coming here when we do have the equipment and the facility.
You can train
we have people here. So that is our intention next year. We do have equipment that we can do this, because I can tell you, when they come here, is our equipment the borrow.
That's a sad one.
That's a sad one.
Yeah, that's
But
a very sad one.
you know, because of personnel. But we're hoping, as I said, I mean, that's one of Taddy's biggest aims next year before he retires, to really get a personal team pertaining to streaming, right? And what we also try to do, Dave, is to, when the teams come, we said to them, look, this stream is not staying in Antigua, you know. It gone as far as New Zealand. Dallas is down there. Australia and New Zealand. Dallas is down there looking at these things, gravitating to it, and picking what he's seen over there. And we try
it
to
would
tell
be
him that.
interested to know how much people he has put onto it in Australia. Because
Exactly.
I know these people like their cricket down there,
Right.
so I believe it's more than Dallas watching it down
Yeah,
there.
I remember
Right,
we
right,
had we had streaming in India. We had some Indians
Correct.
on board. Duran is in Netherlands, so I'm sure he might be sharing that with us. So it goes back to our conversation earlier, Dave. Our players, but how do we get into their mindset? But that's another conversation. I think
We do have 5 more minutes, yeah. Because Dave, really true. What I try to tell them, look, we don't come and stream for fun. It's for you. Because the guys will call us and ask
about different players.
I tell you what, we stream on crick.com. And once we stream, it's betting. They're making money off of the cricket.
Yeah, so maybe you need to find a way that you tap into some of those funding.
Well, what we
Put back into the
Yes.
stuff.
Right. So that is part of the plan next year, how we're going to put forward parish league cricket. We're definitely going to make a big effort. As Taddy said, he wants to retire with everything and things. So
Yeah,
I think next year is going to be
the education is going to be a serious thing, man.
very much so.
In terms of the players, you need to call them together. I don't know how you're going to be able to get them together, and sit down and talk with them, let them know what's on the cards.
Yeah.
I mean, as I mentioned to John earlier, and there's the player that we took up to England there, and with 2 shots, the man is saying, you look like a David Gower. So it's not going to take much for these guys to say, well, look, I wanted to come and play for my team. There goes, a little contract, some funding for you,
Correct.
some exposure for you.
Yeah.
Somebody else sees you and pick you up and you go on further.
the opportunities abounding, Dave, as I said, because one glimpse, just sometimes maybe how you turn in the wicket, just sometimes how you get behind the ball, how you compose yourself, it makes a difference. And that one exposure, as you said, Duran is now in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Somebody may ask, where he's from? He's from Antigua. You have any good players like that? And then they may come and they may see somebody else, and then it starts to stream off. You understand?
Yeah, so as I said, this is why the education, as I just said, the mark is going to be important. Because a lot of these young players, as long as they get an opportunity to swing the bat, they think that that's cricket. But that's not cricket. You've got to learn to know when you to swing it. You understand? When to pull yourself back and, push and jump and run and that kind of stuff. Even the bowlers. You understand?
But Dave, you see, I think part of our challenge in our society is the structural establishment in a lot of these teams, and if you want to call them clubs. A lot of times it's one person who might be just pulling along 7, 8, 9 persons to come and play cricket.
Yeah, but what I'll say to that, then the Cricket Association, the Parish League Association, we have got to go back to bringing camps. So you could pick a young set of players from the Parish League, have them in a camp setting. Let's do some work with them. I don't mind coming and helping young players. Let's do some work with them because it's all for the good of the cricket and good for Antigua cricket and Antigua on a whole. Same thing with the association. Why not pick an under 19 team, an under 17 team? Have a camp with them. We have enough coaches here. You understand? So, not because you're not playing a West Indies on a 17 tournament, you don't pick a team. Pick that team. Get them out there. Get coaches to work with them. Get trainers, get physios, everybody. At least you're working on the cricket side of it. So you will get better players coming through next year. You understand what I'm saying to you? So we have under 15s from the Parish League. If you can find enough under 15s, you pick an under 15 squad. get some young guys, some coaches to come and work with them. You understand? And it's a whole collaboration. We have coaches working for the government, so it's a matter of communicating with the people in the ministry, get two coaches to put to them.
David, I think where you're going is you're speaking about what is the national, if you want to call it, plan cricket policy.
Right.
We call it the national. Some people say the national sports whatever
Sports
policy
plan,
or something like that. But so each sport, football would have their program. What is cricket's
What I can tell you,
agenda?
it's
What's
even
their program?
easier for cricket because cricket has been the sport that has put us on the map,
Correct.
right? And anywhere you go around the world, they'll ask you about Viv Richards, they ask you about Andy Roberts, the Curtly Ambus, the Benjamins, Richie Richardson, everybody, Ridley Jacobs, everybody. So we have got a good start, but we have got to put plans in place, you understand, to make sure it continues. And as I mentioned to you earlier on, we have got to get it back to where it's a culture. You understand? I remember when I played for the West Indies, everybody up in the East wanted to play.
Yeah.
But again, if we don't see nobody going forward, that forward mobility or upward mobility, whatever you want to call it, we're not going to get people gravitate into it. I mean, you can say, well, there's so much money to be made in the game, but if you don't see it being played in front of the face and the eyes, they're not going to go to it. You understand? So,
Well, guys, these are conversations that definitely we need to really have more often in different spheres of the cricketing society in Antigua. But just want to really just say thanks to all the persons, every single one. I'm afraid to call names because you leave out some, but I know I can call my fellow commentators, Colin Francis, Clement Joseph, Dave, you're here, Crife, I know came in Crife, the DPP, Clement Joseph, who else has been with us a couple of times, Mark? I'm just trying, I don't want to leave out anybody who came in and really supported the cause, really appreciated. And of course, our cameramen, sometimes you don't see them. So you'll say, oh, you don't.
yeah, but they're
the ones who make it happen, So they're the one who make you see that fine catch, that ball hitting the stump. So our cameramen, we really want to say thank you for the effort, the support. Mark, the technician, this other guy, I see this, Kerry White, all these guys, anybody who really made this all possible, this production all possible, we want to say.
What has become of the young guy who used to do in the studio?
We want to say thank you for all of that. And of course, we can't leave out our platinum sponsor, ACB Caribbean. They have been with us for 45 plus years. That's a relationship, Dave, that you can't put any not enough words to crown it. And when a corporation, when a company really stands by you for that period of time, it says something about your product.
Yeah, it's a huge feat for them to be sticking with the product. It means that it means something to them, and they're willing to stick with it. But it's just up to us to keep producing the goods. I remember when I started playing cricket, Tad used to take Ridley and myself to ACB, at least to let the managers know this is the product that you guys have been working with.
Right.
And you would have seen the progression in terms of Ridley and myself. We were going forward, you understand? We think we would have gotten to the West Indies setup maybe a couple of years later than we had thought, but at least we were pushing those limits, you understand, all the time.
Yeah, we also want to big up our other corporate sponsors, Cecil Child's group of companies, and Hutchinson and Seco Pharmacy along the way. And, we always have to appreciate corporate Antigua, Dave, because it's not easy, it's not the easiest of decision for companies to make. It's not the easiest decision to decide where you're going to put your resources, because there's a vast amount of persons and entities seeking support. And so when companies decide to support you, you have to show that level of appreciation.
Yeah, you need to, because we have scarce resources in these days, and when they decide to put their funding with you, it's a huge fleet, and you've got to respect that at all times.
Yes, so guys, you hear the music striking up behind of us, which means the Blackhawks are about getting into celebratory mode, and so Soppy, I know you probably want to go down, mix with a couple of the guys down there, just have some talk. But on behalf of the entire Parish League network, we want to say
I think you must say, thanks to the people who actually follows the network every week.
Oh, yes, you're so correct. And all of our viewers, listeners, those who send in the comments, sometimes they say, can't hear no volume, no audio, and stuff like that. We really appreciate whether the comments, we take it all in stride, and, we look forward to having you on board again.
Improving.
And continually improving. Well, let me tell you something, and I'm going on. Dave, this has been a big improvement. I think the first show we did, Mark, is that up by Dave?
Yeah.
Up by Dave?
I
Yeah.
must tell you that I was instrumental in terms of getting streaming started.
Yeah.
I saw it in Montserrat actually, and I came back and I told Taddy, this can't make no sense. We need to be able to do this in Antigua, and then he just took off from there.
Yeah, remember we had the mic and we had to be passing the mic all over, and then we came. So, you have seen the improvement, and that's all you ask for in life, just to see continued improvement. So, ladies and gentlemen, we really got to wrap up now, but Soppy, it was indeed a pleasure having you here today, working with you. A lot of insights, and so as we look forward to closing off this Parish League season and putting plans in place for the next season, let's hope God will give us all the health and strength that we could all return and really make this product a better product.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here with you guys. I enjoy, seeing Taddy, Mark, yourself. When Taddy called me yesterday, I asked him who were going to be the commentators. He said, okay, I think your good friend John is going to be there, Craig will be there. I said, okay, well, I'll come now. But I was a little disappointed when I came early and didn't see you, but you came along.
Yeah, I had a little delay. My colleague that normally assists me, he's off island, so I have to pick up the slack, and so I had a little delay in my flight, so that kind of delayed me. So yes, now I'm on camera now. Mark, you put me on camera, John. Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure bringing all the live coverage. Our DPP, he came along a couple of times, and as I said, Colin, all of everybody. We want to say thank you, and to our listeners, viewers, it was our pleasure, and we promise we will be back next year bringing you much better, bigger, better coverage. Have a good evening. Stay safe, everyone. Enjoy the carnival.